Welcome back, Heavenlies. This is HEAVENSARMY playing Final Fantasy XIV, episode 114, and we are now celebrating our 1,600th live streams days in a row. I don't even know how to word it, but basically every single night I've live streamed since I started my channel over 4 years ago, and I haven't missed a single night, as in I have been truly live each night. Even if I live streamed from like 9 till 1 in the morning, I would count from 9 till 1 that day, and then the next day I would have still live streamed again anyway. That's just what I've always done. But yeah, I've done a 13-hour live stream, and then the next day still went live streaming again. Hence the reason why I never done any 24-hour live streams, because that would be just, it would basically be a 28-hour live stream. So I passed on those. Either way, I ran the wrong way. While I'm running the right way now, I might as well add now at this point, and then as more people show up, hopefully I can thank them in person if you wish to show up during a live stream while I do these things. I just wanted to thank you all. I mean, I'm trying to find the words to say correctly here, because if you haven't noticed by now, I love live streaming and video games and meeting people and talking about video games, and pretty much everything's video games with me at this point. I think I realize that now. But it was with, I can't name drop everybody because there'd be a lot of people at this point. But I can't help up on this? That's interesting. I thought I could. I just wanted to thank a lot of individuals, not certain or select, a lot of individuals whose, because they are around and doing the things that they do, it also makes this live streaming thing more fun than what I already am doing, which is what I already like, which is playing video games and what I've already just said. So I just wanted to thank people. Hopefully some people stop by and say hi, and I'll be like, oh, hi, thanks for all the years of however long you've been here for this channel and everything. Something I'm so grateful for. But yeah, I mean, that's just a smidgen of what I want to say, but if I keep wandering around in circles, nothing will get done. So how about if I try to play, and at the same time... Really? Sauteed? I'll just keep taking money until something good happens, or I get more than one food. Okay. Press this reclamation or reclaim? Reclamation. I'm gonna go with that anyway. This is another blue plus quest, but that doesn't mean I'm unlocking something anymore. It means there's gonna be multiple quests, one after another. Why did they change it? Why couldn't they just leave the blue pluses like that and have like a chain on the quest to let you know that it's going to be a chain quest? Oh heavens! It's a rare honor indeed to receive heroes such as you. Kozakura? Am I supposed to know who you are? Pray allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kozakura, and I manage the accounts of the Shazenkai. Shazen, who knows? Oh, but you must be unfamiliar with our organization. Forgive me. For times due. At present, we are largely concerned with facilitating the reconstruction and revitalization. It is revitalize, with the zation at the end of it. Why is that word throwing me off? Of the Enclave. This Enclave, or the one that's got the hole in the roof? Needless to say, we have our work cut out for us. It's quite fortuitous, actually, you being here. I had on mind to petition your assistance. So you know who I am. Oh, wait, yeah, just calm down. I'm just a normal dude, and I'll help you. Oh, right, you are, it's rather difficult to convince while staring at one's feet. And you would doubtless benefit from an explanation, yes. Have you ever bowed so long that you were just talking to your feet for a while? Is that like a thing? Because I need to know. As you may know, the Enclave was once the economic and cultural center of Doma. Alas, it suffered terrible devastation at the hands of the Empire, both during and following the failed rebellion of yesteryear. Yesteryear? Morrow night? Anyway, like, what's with these words? Not last year. You would have saved on a few letters by saying that. Yeah, you would have, actually. Even with a space, you'd still have saved. Anyway, that it and other ruins might stand as a testament to the folly of resistance. Extensive reconstruction was forbidden by the Imperial Viceroy. Of course, that is no longer a concern. If this was the demolished place that I was running around into, then they just, like, loaded up this screen and went. But we went across the river, right? So this is not that place that I'm thinking of, where all the monsters was walking around. Yeah, I'm thinking so. It's just thrown me off, I think, a little bit. At long last, we are free to rebuild the Enclave. What is this place called instead of the Enclave? To restore the heart of our once great nation and show the world that Doma lives on. But, as I said before, we have our work cut out for us. We have limited funds and material resources, not to mention a lack of skilled craftsmen. Which brings me back to the matter I wish to discuss with you. That is, our brothers and sisters in Eorzea, the refugees that settled in Revenant's Toll. You want them all here now? I think we actually sent somebody... Well, we'll be mentioning about it, so yeah, I guess they'll send me over there. I'm given to understand that they have worked closely with the local leadership to build and maintain much of the settlement. Many new trades... Alright, new as in they know it. Trades before they left. Many new trades before they left. Okay, see, I just stopped reading at the third word, and no wonder it made no sense. And those that did not doubtless learn that they might earn their keep, yes. Oh, the candlelight's flickering. And it's making her flicker. Alright, anyway, distracting. If they were to return home and aid us in the reconstruction effort, it would be a tremendous boon. Would you be willing to speak with them on our behalf? Absolutely, yes. Leave it to me. Ah, heavens, take an interest in the Shazenkai, Lord Ian. she just keeps on bowing. Well, this seems as good a time as any to discuss the matter. How long is she going to be bowing? I am grateful beyond measure to you and the Scions in Seventh Dawn for welcoming Yugiri and my people in... For welcoming? Okay, indeed. Yugiri and my people in their hour of need. Back when? Okay, yes. As the beneficiaries of this kindness, that they have made every effort to repay you and the people of well, I don't know why I said people of Revenant's Toll. Nevertheless, we here bear a responsibility as well. Kozakura, if you would be so kind. Yes, my lord. She popped back up after he talked to him. We will send them a considerable gift as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill. However, I would like that missive to be delivered to the Adventurers Guild representative in advance. If you were to personally hand it to the man, I would be honored. I could easily do that for you. The dude who stands by the door all the time. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, my friend. Pardon my interruption, Kozakura. I look forward to seeing your progress. That's the third time. Oh, that was a normal short one, though. Can her heart handle all of this? Oh dear. I hope we don't disappoint him. We won't, and neither will you. Anyway, I'll not keep you. Thank you again for the assistance, and safe travels. I guess it should be safe. I'm only teleporting. She's the fourth time. Well, since I can warp back here, how much is it going to cost to warp? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Revenant's Toll, here we go. I see Jim King. Was I calling you King? Thank you so much for that lovely heavenly cheer, and welcome to the celebration of 1,600. And thank you for all the support you've given me while you were here. Thank you, thank you. Is what I want to say to everybody who shows up tonight. It might be a crazy one, and thank you for that as well. It's been a pretty fun journey, I'm going to have to say. Yeah, the dude who was always standing by the door, that was him. I knew it was him. Is there any other quest that's happened while I was away? No, nothing new has happened yet. What's that? Heavens? Business concerning the Domans? Yeah, Heian's missive, their leader. So what's new and what's happening? Curious on catching up on people I haven't seen in a while. I see, I see. Lord Heian really needn't have gone to such troubles, but I know all too well how much the Far Eastern friends worry themselves over decorum. As for the matter of the refugees' reputation, I'll not lie. We've come to view them as family, and we'll be sorry to see them go. Many of the other fellow frontier hands especially. So let us do you one better. I shall appeal to the Eorzean comrades and invite them to accompany the Domans on their journey, that they too might aid in the reconstruction of the Enclave, and repay them back for helping us out, right? I expect many will all jump at the opportunity. A costly thing to send so many people, to be sure, but owing to Lord Heian's generosity, we seem to have found ourselves in a surplus of funding. Really? You got money now. Good. I like how we help people out and now things are thriving. It's hard to imagine the toll without the Doman refugees. Yes, it would be very odd with them gone. They helped make it what it is today. Bah, what am I saying? This is a happy occasion. Go and tell Hozan the news. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed. What about all my other friends that I know of that's all over the place? Well, let's do this anyway. I believe I'm going up. Or over. So yeah. Okay, there he is. There's a lot of them here. Homie, Hozan, okay. What about the troublemaker children? Yeah, them. Where are they at? How very good to see you, my friend. Though not at all expected, you look as though you have something important to say. Do you? Yeah, you're free to go back to Doma. Ah, I know not what to say. Return to Doma? Has the day truly come at last? Wait here while I summon the others. This concerns them all. Indeed it does. This is good news for them. We've done a lot of work to get this happening. My word. And they are already making arrangements for our return? Yep. Why the long face, Agiri? This is cause for celebration. She may want to stay? It is. Like all of you, I have dreamed of this day since the moment we left Yangsha. But now that it has arrived, I cannot help but think of those to whom we owe so much, Slaffborn especially. Indeed, even if it were possible to leave this very moment, I could not. Not until I thank the people here for everything they've done for us. I remember when we first arrived in this land and learned of its troubles. Though disappointed, I understood why no one would grant us shelter. Who we were, why risk so much for strangers. But this place and these people were different. When all others turned us away, Remnant's Toll welcomed us with open arms. I love Doma and Lord Hien with all my heart. I want nothing more than to return and help rebuild, but I implore you, Hozan, we must first do our utmost to repay their boundless kindness. They're all thinking? Oh, I forgot to do my celebratory dance when I was thanking everybody. Well, I could do it now. Dance there, Angel Cat. Yeah, I meant to do that while I was talking, but I got a little distracted there by running around in this game. Never did I intend for us to disappear into the night like thieves and vagabonds. Everything you have said is right and true. All labors we have undertaken will be seen to a measure of completion. That much goes without saying, I am sure. I will speak with Slathborn and ensure that we have enough days to prepare for the journey. In the meantime, I will encourage you all to prepare gifts and so forth. Very good. Very good. It would not do to leave without saying proper farewells, else we would labor under a cloud of regret. At my age, one appreciates every opportunity to put their affairs in order. After all, I may not weather the journey home, much less another one to Eorzea. Ha! Given your constitution, Father, I should not be surprised if you bury us all. Wow. He's a survivor too, is he? If you have no pressing obligations, Evans, might I impose upon you to assist us with our final preparations? Since this is all quite sudden, many of our people may require a second opinion on a farewell gift or something else. Oh, okay, you want me? That's a bad choice. All I ask is that you make yourself available for any such consultations. Would that be all right? Sure. Thank you, my friend. We will look for you near the northern gate. Quickly now, everyone. Let's not keep heavens waiting. Well, this is going to be a different place now that they're all going to be gone from here. Ah, okay. I was like, where am I going? Now, where's that arrow at now? There's it's supposed to be an orange arrow, and I'm looking right at it, but it's not on my mini-map. It's just not on my mini-map, okay. Assisting the Doman refugees with their final preparations will take several minutes. You may wish to cancel any impending duty fighter registrations, so you don't get kicked out and have to wait a whole half an hour. I got it. I'm good. I'm not gonna join any until I'm at a point or whatever. I don't think anything's gonna show up because they all got it all figured out. Oh, nope, there. Why am I in like first person view? She's running. So kind of you to spare the time to help us with something so trivial. No doubt you have many other important matters to attend to. Not at all, actually. This is this and the main story and a few other dungeons, but really, I almost have nothing to do in this game. By my choice, though. Anyway, I wanted to ask your opinion on a gift. I wish to give a dear friend of mine before leaving. Isildair. You remember Isildair, do you not? Elaine's grandfather. Though older than me, the two of them were still going on grand adventures before they joined the Scions. Indeed, they were. Ah, how I envy his vigor. Though we have done little more than drink tea and speak of our children, I have cherished his company. I will miss him truly. Alas, in recent days his body has begun to get the better of him, and so I was thinking of giving him something for his health. Do you have any suggestions? Eye drops, a tonic for his memory. Anything for his back should do. Anything for his back should do. I'm thinking that's the answer that I need to know for some reason. I thought so too, but I'm glad to see you agree. I swear, not a day goes by without him complaining about his back. It's a great comfort knowing that the Scions are well aware of their comrades' conditions. It shows how much you care for one another. Now then, I must procure the ingredients for my home remedy. My thanks to you. That was a long, long time ago, everybody. Homie departs in high spirits. Satisfied with your suggestion. Oh no, really? I gotta do this. This is exactly like when I was the salesperson. Selling crazy things. Turn. I know you're gonna show up over here. This only happens in Doma. This only happens over in Doma. My friend, if you could spare a moment of your time? The toll is home to many interests to which we owe a great deal, but there is one in particular to which we should definitely pay respects. Rowena's House of Splendors. The house has been an invaluable source of good and services in both professional and personal matters. I'm sure you too can say the same. And so I thought to bid farewell to the one representative to whom I have worked most closely. If you would look to the counter at the gate. It's only her by herself. Where's her? Oh no, there's. She was. I don't know what. The one that's lit up is the one that I saw. The one that doesn't have any light on her, I didn't see her. That looks like Chloe Alipu over there. I speak of the raven-haired beauty at the gate. So the one on the left then. All of Rona's girls, she has been very helpful. There's a problem, however. I cannot for the life of me remember her name. They all sound so similar. Perhaps it is my Doman ear? Oh no, I have no idea what her name is. But you know her name. Shirley, please tell me that I might have a proper conversation with her before I return to my homeland. Oriana and... Okay, hold up. Alright, Elena? I thought she dwelt in primal arms and whatnot. Yes! That would be more... I didn't know you collected tombstones. Since when did you collect ritual tools? It's Loriana Zana. So you're interested in the Zodiac Braves? That's clearly not her. Papana? Oh, so you're really interested in the Zodiac Braves? Okay, I'm gonna weed out the two bottom ones. And I don't think it was ritual tools. It's either collecting tombstones. I thought she had primal arms and whatnot. To my left, I buy things. Oh, my chat was not working? Don't tell me Twitch's chat was not working the whole time. And, like, Jim King was, like, talking to me, and I wasn't getting a single message, because that would be very upsetting. The site cannot be reached. Did I, like, completely lose internet for some reason? What is going on? Well, I'm here, bro. Super Mario. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad to see that my chat is working. I just didn't get a single message on my chat, so that means I gotta, like, refresh everything. I think on my celebratory stream, things would break, so, but I'm glad you're here. What I was doing, and still am, once everything starts loading. I don't think I'm frozen. I'm not frozen, okay. Is thanking everybody who's ever stopped by and supported and everything, and just wanted to thank you for all the time you've been here and helping with this channel. It's still loading. Twitch is still loading. And loots.com is still loading as well. Should I be worried? So at least now chat's working. And you were lurking, so you heard me. And I could type and it works. Okay, well I'll just leave it be. If I don't get any loots, I don't care. I don't know what to choose! I have no idea what her name is. And on the left, I bought things. I'm here for you. Well, thank you. Thank you. I just want to say thanks to everybody who stops by. I'm gonna go with this, Oriana. Are you certain? I've heard that name before, but I could have sworn it was someone else. Okay. Oh, who am I kidding? You of all people should know. Anyway, I'd best go and speak with her before I forget again. I have no idea her name. Though Doer departs in high spirits, you cannot help but wonder if you gave him the wrong name. And how poorly he will be received if that is the case. I have no idea. This game is doing the thingy again, where it's just like, you have to go find this person in this world. And it's just like, I have no idea the person's name in the world. It's going bad, isn't it? I looked over to see him in trouble. This is exactly what those two are walking up there. This is exactly like that shop merchant thing. You have to pick the right answers, and there's only one right answer. And they're giving me hard things like the earring thing. I didn't know they could put earrings on horns. If that's still the right answer, I do not know. Oh boy. Heavens, have you seen a carbuncle roaming about? No. Over the course of my time here in Revenant's Toll, I've come to know many adventurers, including an arcanist with a somewhat disobedient companion. Oh, it's probably those two up there then? It seems every day her carbuncle wanders off on its own, you see, and today is no exception. For a mercy, it will respond to its name, more earnestly when it's called by someone other than its owner, strangely enough. The problem is I cannot seem to recall what it was. Some sort of gemstone, I think. Emerald. Ruby. Topaz. If it's not obsidian, it should be. Am I supposed to remember things that happened in this game a long time ago? Topaz, Ruby, and Emerald. There's a carbuncle that goes missing? Was that wasn't that? No, the theft was the 5 of them. So it's not that. I don't remember this at all. What? Why are they asking me these questions after I've done a billion things in this game? Emerald or Ruby? The Sapphire, Emerald, Ruby, Topaz. It's not Obsidian. Because that is Alfie's one, so green or red? Ruby, right? Ruby! How could I forget? What a lucky guess that was! I had a 50-50 chance. She named it for the red jewel in its forehead. Did she? Who's she? Thank you for your help, Evans. I will join her in the search right away. Oh boy. Can I, like, redo this? If I get... Gary departs in high spirits and begins calling in for Ruby at once. Sure enough, the errant carbuncle soon appears. This is insanity. Why are they asking me for, like, specific random things? There's 4 up there now. Is he still in trouble? Why are they doing this to me, of all things? Either way. If I get this one wrong, maybe I can redo it, so it's alright. How fortunate I am that you are still here. My father told me how you helped him, and I was hoping you might do the same for me. Something easy, please? A secret wisp concerning Slaftborns of the Adventurers Guild will help secure us a place here in Revenant's Toll. Thanks to him, we were able to work side by side with the frontier hands to build these walls and lay these cobblestones. We were given food and shelter, it is true, but more importantly, we were given purpose. We have, of course, already expressed our gratitude to him many times before. I myself presented Slaftborn with a Dolmen dagger, which I am told he treasures. But now that we must part ways, I feel as though we must make one final grand gesture. A more elaborate, expensive gift, perhaps, or, well, what do you think? Something flashy and gaudy, that's got bells on. Maybe just try and stay in touch? Really? We would be glad to maintain our relationship with Slaftborn and the Toll, but do you truly believe that in of itself is enough? Perhaps you have the right of it. Considering the lengths he has gone to ease our burdens, spending exorbitant sums of farewell gifts may only frustrate him. Besides, whatever we purchase could come from the Eorzean markets. Better to wait until we have returned to our homeland that we might send them something more dolmen. Dried permissions from my village, perhaps. Hosen's eyes sparkle as he considers the possibilities, clearly satisfied with your suggestion. Okay, one dude's not satisfied. Yeah, him. On the far right, how go your efforts, brothers and sisters? I told him the wrong name. By all accounts, it went quite well. One out of 4 ain't bad. Yeah, we have, and we have you to thank for that. You are too kind, my friend. You didn't get in trouble over there? Hosen, you were going to meet with Slaftborn one last time, were you not? We were going to allow you to accompany... We were hoping you would allow us to accompany you. If so, please let us know when you do. These are long quests, aren't they? Because, like, how am I supposed to talk in the middle of all of this? I couldn't find a game either to play, because it's just like, what game would I play for today? If I was like, if I didn't have to, like, work, if I had more time, I could have probably played 2 games. One, like, a celebratory stream, and then I could just play this one. But I gotta do it all in one, so here we are. That said, perhaps we should speak with Slaftborn sooner or later. I cannot think of any reason to delay. Heavens, I know I have imposed upon you enough, but want to ask you to accompany me as well? Absolutely. I'll take that money. Okay, what is her name? Alina and Oriana. She does have the gear. Oh. I think I know what's going on. The next expansion and the other expansion, you buy your stuff and then you go here. But on this one, it's over here on the right. You buy your stuff. Yeah, okay, that's what threw me off. I thought it might have had to been Primal Gear 2, but I wasn't 100% certain. I almost got it right. Well, close enough. 1,001 farewells. Well, I see the Doma kids there now, so that means everyone's going. Oh, it's gonna be kind of lonely here in Revenant's Toll with them gone. But it'd be nice to see them in the new expansion, because that's where I'm going to be. I guess that says Revenant's Toll? Yeah, it does, actually. Cool. Anyway, didn't mean to zoom out through the sign. We should pay our respects to Slaftborn while we and the others have time to spare. Would you not agree? In that case, I ask you to go ahead and wait for us with Slaftborn. I will require a moment to gather the others, but I do not expect it will take long. They're ninjas, they'll be there in no time. Elena, Oriana. Yeah, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. There's no way I would be able to remember that. I have like so much plans for this to do. Oh, they're here. They're here. It's good to see you, Heavens. How fare you of late? Since arriving in Revenant's Toll, I've been working as a bodyguard for hire, whilst looking for people to train in the art of the gunbreaker. Few have shown promise, but none of them can hold a candle to you. Aw, thanks. As for Sophie, she's been running around with other adventurers looking for some sort of ancient artifacts called stone tomes? Tombstones. Whatever they are. In any case, she's certainly settled in well here. To tell the truth, this is the first time since fleeing the Empire that we've found any semblance of peace. We both learned a lot from traveling around Eorzea, but this is the only place we literally felt at home. Revenant's Toll, huh? I have heard that stone tomes contain a wealth of ancient knowledge. They are not tombstones? Okay, interesting. Which is what makes them so valuable. But how did they get the information into those tiny things? And how do we get them out again? It's a good question. I didn't even know they existed, so great. Here goes. So much quests, so many things happening. Judging by the way I've seen the Domans running about, I gather they're busy with preparations for their long voyage. I'm not going to say much this time. It is as you say, Master Slathborn. The day many of us thought would never come has arrived, and now we make ready to return to our homeland. Let me assure you, however, that we have no intention of abandoning our responsibilities. My people have either completed their labors or ensured that others may easily do so in their stead. Earnest as ever, I'm grateful, truly, but you needn't have gone to such trouble. Revenant Toll. Goodness, when I think back to what this place once was, how it changed and what it's become, it changed a lot. I can't imagine it without you lot here. You made this place what it is, same as we did. None would dare say different. Tragedy drove you from your lands and delivered you to our shores. But from that tragedy came a new beginning, a hope that we shared with every soul that passed through our gates. And that, my friends, is more precious than any riches. I pray you carry it with you to Doma, and that it grant you strength when you have need of it. We will, Master Slathborn. I knew he was going to start crying. I could just tell. I swear to you, we will never forget this blessed place. You gave us the opportunity to work with the frontier hands to build Revenant's Toll. All the skills and experience we gained, we will put to good use in rebuilding the Enclave. And then, when we have finished, I pray you will come and visit. That would be awesome. Aye, we would be honored to receive you and any other man or woman, or child of Revenant's Toll. Let this not be an ending, but another new beginning. The beginning of a lasting friendship between our two homes. That is my dream, for the future of our peoples. As we built these walls stone by stone, may we build it together. Well said, well said. I thought he was going to start crying. a lot of grown-ups cry in this game. If we keep on like this, I'm liable to start. Okay, well he's gonna liable to start falling. See, there's a lot of people who cry in this game. It's so funny. So let us move on. Let's move things along. I hope you won't mind another parting gift. The lost treasure of Revenant's Toll, courtesy of your younglings. The foreman is expecting you. A most surprising but welcome gift. We shall endeavor not to drink it all at once. We will collect the bottles and return to our preparations at once. Thank you, Master Slathborn. And thank you, Heavens, for everything. Yeah, no problem. I can't believe I said that dude the wrong name. I do not remember random NPCs' names. Even ones that I may have talked to once or twice. Or not at all. I will not remember them. That's just too many people's names. Hard to get the ones that it's like main characters all memorized. If I keep giving them nicknames, I might be able to remember them. Before you go, I have a favor to ask. Well, Flaming, actually. She wants you to bring Yozan and his friends to her, up in Rowena's cafe. Oh, okay. She's never there, though, is she? She's usually in our spot, but okay. The wine's for the adults, you see. She's got something else for the children. I doubt it'll take too long for you to find him. You have a knack for this sort of thing, after all. My thanks to you. I have the power of, anyway, orange things that show up on the map. So up here. I should have known. In this game, you buy everything in one shot, and then you gotta go somewhere else to upgrade. Should I worry about them? What are they planning now? We don't have to leave yet, do we? We still have time? Hey, Mr. Evans. What are you doing here? I'm gonna tell you all as where to go. You haven't been looking for us, have you? I have. I feel like we're missing one or two. Oh, hey there, Heavens. You're not here to say goodbye, are you? It's not fair. Why do they get to decide it's time to go back? I mean, I miss Doma too, but they should have asked us for it first. I was thinking that you should have been there at the meeting too, but they have something for you, huh? Miss Flamin wants us to come to the cafe. Whatever it is she thinks we did, we... Oh, it's not like that? Well, alright then. What have you done then? With me, guild members. Miss Flamin needs us. You too, Mr. Heavens. Yeah, I'll go too. That's funny. Whatever she thinks we did, we... Oh, it's not like that? Oh, then it's all good then. Okay, I think I am going here. But I'm thinking I'm going up above, because the cafe's not here. It's up here. I could use my mount that I can't fly on. Yeah, okay, it is this. Hey, you. Oh, I was in first person view and it loaded in a cutscene. Oh. There's a treasure chest by the door. You came. I've been waiting for you all. Waiting for you all for so long. All members of the Doman Adventurers Guild reporting for duty. So what's the adventure? Monster hunting? Garlean gold? Oh my, nothing so dramatic. Rather, I want to give you all a reward. Reward? Really? Is it the treasure chest over there? A reward for your many deeds in service to Revenant's Toll. When the frontier hands needed a helping hand, you were there. When there was no one else to look after the young children, you were there. And through it all, each and every one of you carried out your duties with a smile. That is why you are more than brave adventurers. You are heroes, the people of the Toll. Heroes deserving a very special reward that just so happens to be right over there in the treasure chest. I knew I saw that treasure chest, like I didn't see that before. Oh yeah, I spotted that right away. I have a nose for those. Or an eye. Treasure! Yeah, I'm kind of jealous actually. just be standing where I am looking at that treasure, I'm a little jealous. Oh, where's mine? Yeah, where's mine? Wow, look at these. Who needs all that experience in Gil? You can just give me a treasure chest. What? Look, Mr. Heaven, she's got us matching hats for an adventurer's guild such as yours. Now we can tell who you are. We'll make them an official uniform of the Doman Adventurers Guild. They suit you, little ones. Wear them with pride. Boulder's here and Cool. Mr. Boulder and Mr. Cool. I remember those two. Why couldn't they ask me about them? I could have got a perfect answer. I thought you were away on important Scion business. They probably were. Recently returned. Okay. But they probably would have showed up to help, or see you off, is what I mean. It is a good thing we are. And it's a good thing we are. We heard of your impending journey and hoped to see you before you left. We are both very happy that you may finally return to your homeland. They have great need of stalwart adventurers like you lot there. But I don't want to say goodbye. Then don't. There's no need to. You're adventurers, are you not? Adventurers never stay in one place, for it is not who we are. We walk paths all our own, never truly beholden to any one nation or creed. So don't say goodbye, because we may, nay, we will meet again. Huh. You'll see. We'll become the most famous adventurers in Yangsha. And then we'll return to Eorzea and become famous here too. The world over, huh? Everyone may know the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Warrior of Light, but just you wait. Years from now, we'll be they'll all be talking about the Doman Adventurers Guild. The Doman Adventurers Guild. Gotcha. They might need a new name. I'm looking forward to it. Grow strong, grow famous, lead the tales, little ones. We must get going, but thank you again for making the arrangements. Take care. Those two have been around for a while. Yeah, like a lot of adventurers you don't see. They've been around for a while. Right, we mustn't neglect our training. Find the heaviest crates and carry them to the horsebird carriages. The chocobo carriages? Mr. Heavens? Miss Flaming? Thank you for the caps. We'll take good care of them. Okay. So, why are you up here? You would think I'd be used to it by now, having to see your children off, but... Okay, I guess you are a mom. I didn't... Ah! I meant to do that. Shortcut. I didn't mean to fall off. The music stopped, and then when I hopped up on the wall, it started going again. I want to walk back to whatever sound line that was drawn in the game, so it would fade away, and then walk back into it and make it go again. But I fell off, so it's all ruined. The children are delighted with their new hats. Miss Flamin could not have chosen a better gift. Preparations are proceeding apace. Slapworn and the guild have finalized arrangements for the ship. So once we have finished here, we need only make our way south. South? I need to take a look at the map. How many times have I thanked you, I wonder? Not enough. That much I know. Oh, you thank me enough. You're all awesome, wonderful people. Thank you, Heavens, from the bottom of my heart. You are, and ever shall be a true friend of to Doma and her people. Ah, the Doman bow. I can do that too now. They allowed me to do that. Since I'm an adventurer, I need to have permissions to do emotes. I expect you will find yourself in the Enclave before us. If so, I pray you tell Kazakura that we shall join her soon. To the south? Just here. Why would it say to the south when he just needs to... Anyway, whatever. I thought he was going somewhere further away. If you're saying, I'm going south, I'm thinking that's pretty far away, not you're going to the next room. For whatever room that would be. Yeah. This place doesn't have a whatchamacallit. Maybe they are going south, because there's nothing here. Then we'd be going to like northern Thanalan and... You know what, it doesn't matter. We're gonna go back to the Enclave. Oh, I am supposed to do something. Yeah, I was supposed to... Let's go and get that going. I am supposed to do something. Oh, oops, of all the things. Dungeons in Stormblood? Jade Stoa? There you are. I was like, I looked over to the right. I'm like, Jade Stoa is the only thing that looks proper. Okay. I could have had that going for almost an hour? I'm good at video games. Alright, away we go. Why, the Doman Enclave. Clearly that's it. They keep adding new things to this game. Because there's 2 places I couldn't gone to, and now I can. Interesting. But in this post-game, I'm going through the main story, minus this one side quest that I've just done, and not like a whole bunch of side quests have popped up. Oh joy, it's raining. But, yeah, that's interesting. Unless when I complete the main story here, this is where all the side quests will pop up. Maybe. Heavens, you have returned from Eorzea? I can teleport and teleport back, no problem. They are homeward bound, then. It comes as a relief to hear that there were no complications. Thank you for facilitating their return. I shall inform Lord Hien at once. At the first opportunity. At once is way quicker. We have a mountain of work ahead of us, but with their help I am confident we can see it through. And I hope I can count on your assistance in the future as well. Absolutely. I hope the Adventurers Guild sends a whole bunch of Eorzeans over here too and help rebuild this. That'd be great. Oh, for Lord's duty. Thanos, welcome back, by the way, and thank you. I wanted to say that to see if you was like, why? What's going on? Celebrating my awesome number in my title. And I just want to thank everybody who's been here, who's shown up in the past, who's supported in any shape, way, or form. And I just want to say thank you for all of the good times. Yeah, so you might hear that a lot tonight if people stop by. It takes an enclave. Okay, that photo looks blurry and almost not like her. But that does look like her. Heavens, Kami be praised. I was hoping you might pay us a visit. I haven't left. I just walked a few steps and said thank you and came back. It is, as ever, an honor. Can you... Yeah, there you go. Back up. Look at me while you talk. Consider your feet. Once again, I must thank you for helping our brothers and sisters secure passage back home. With so many skilled craftsmen soon to be at our disposal, we of the Shazan are ready to proceed to the next stage of our plan to rebuild the Enclave. I've reached my 1,600 days indeed. I'm glad you looked at that. Diffidles! Welcome back. I thought Thanos said that. And then I looked up and went, Diffidles. So, welcome back, Diffidles, and thank you for all the support and things that we've gone through together too. I'm thanking everybody who shows up tonight. Let them know how grateful I am for everybody to make this channel what it is and where it is. Did I hit it? I didn't hit a button. See, she looks like that. In the photo, she was all blurry and stuff. Crazy. Which brings me to a rather delicate matter. Perhaps you will find this shameless, but circumstance brings what they are. Being what they are, I see no other way. Not bring. Okay. The reconstruction and revitalization, see I said it right that time, of the Enclave cannot hope to succeed without the contributions of wealthy individuals such as yourself. Understand if you wish to refuse outright, but I beg of you, please listen to our proposal in full before you decide. For the sake of Doma and her people, I should be glad to lend a hand. It is no bother, really. Let's hear it. What is in it for me? I would throw that person out of this enclave if somebody were to say that. For the sake of Doma and her people, I should be glad to lend a hand. I don't need to hear anything. I wish to help. It warms my heart to hear you say that, truly. Doma has no greater friend. Where to begin? Ah, of course. It is important that you understand the state of the Enclave at present. Do you have to send a lot of guild to fix this up, I wonder? Because this could be an interesting thing. If you can help build a place, that would be really cool. Honestly, really cool. I am sure you recall how everything was when you first arrived. Rubble in the streets, buildings in ruin, and so forth. While we have made some superficial progress since the castle fell and Doma was liberated, the scars of the occupation are far from healed. It's raining all the time. Since antiquity, the kingdom of Doma has prospered from the gifts of the One River. The success of the agriculture and industry is intricately tied to our position here. You do really help reconstruct the reconstruction of Doma from this? Oh, cool, because that's what I wanted to do. But Revenant's Toll, I just like brought people in and then poof, it was like already fixed. This would be kind of neat to see it get fixed. And then what would have been the coolest thing ever is one of those houses would become mine, with like a plot of land to it, and then you could have your own house after you do a reconstruction of this place. That would have been the coolest thing for this game to have happened, so that everyone can get their house here. You load up in this place and everyone has the same house, but when you walk into it, it's your house. And you can customize your things. You don't have to see anybody else's houses, you just see yours. And it'd be really cool, but I don't think that'll ever happen in this game. Alas, in our struggle against the Garlean over the decades, the Garleans, much of what was built over centuries was lost. Fertile farmlands that once yielded produce for export were despoiled, and what little remained could barely feed our people. Our foreign rulers did not hesitate to impose their will on local industry as well. Not only were we forced to produce goods from imperial concerns, regardless of quality or cost, but our merchants were also forced to sell their wares to Garleans at a loss, assuming they received compensation at all. Compensation at all. Wow, seems rough. While those dark days are behind us, many of our former trading partners are reluctant to engage us in trading agreements for fear of the Empire's wrath. Well, those people are fools. And so, for the most part, we must continue to fend for ourselves and craft what tools and so forth we require, or so we would, had we the facilities. Okay, so we got a lot of things that we need to do. That's happening in Ishgard, reconstruction. It's planned to have that as housing zone when players finish that zone in the server. Through the housing thing, for that part won't be added yet next patch. I heard something about they're adding more plots of land in the next expansion, but it's just plots of land. By the time it goes up, they'll all be bought within a few milliseconds, and then everybody else will still not having their own lands and houses. That's what I read out of the thing. I'm just hoping they give people, if you do something in the game, you can get a house. That'd be really cool. It's unfortunate I have to wait till level 80, but hey, I'll have to take it because it's better than nothing. But yeah, like it'd be nice to just put the things you get somewheres instead of just in your inventory and never get a plot of land. Forgive me. It is not so dire as it may sound. Our problems may be many, but we are all wholly committed to the challenge before us. We are not unlike the Shazin So,
Okay, a hardy herb that can thrive in even the most inhospitable of conditions. I took inspiration from its strength and stubbornness when deciding upon a name for our organization. In fact, yes, but you have a Z there. Either way, they are adding 720 new houses each server, but there is Ishgard reconstruction in about 2 to 3 weeks. Even 720 new houses each server would not be enough. I just want everyone to have a chance to get a house if they wanted to. If they'd gone and done a crazy big long quest and built an entire town, that you would get a house out of it. And you have a choice to build up whatever town you want first, and that would be your house. And if you want to build up another town and you go, you know what, I want to move houses, then you can, or something. But yeah, we'll see. No matter the struggle, no matter the cost, the Shaz and Kai, there you go, that's what I remember. I knew there was the Z and the S was all changed. We'll do everything in its power to overcome every hurdle and rebuild this home of ours. So that's what the Ishgard's reconstruction is, because I'm looking forward to doing that. If that's something I can do to go towards, or work towards, to get a house, I am all on that. Please excuse my sudden fit of passion. It's quite alright. Your face is so calm for a fit of passion. It is most unbecoming. Anyway, I have spoken of the general state of the Enclave. Let us discuss more specific concerns. Though, having said that, it would be simpler if you were to see things with your own eyes. Please head to the worksite north of the 8th Rite and speak with Mitsuba. I shall join you shortly. Well, we're gonna hold off on this main quest for a while, only because I want to see what's going on here. This might not happen. I might not be able to help out these people. Yeah, so I'll hold off until that might happen. Hopefully I'll have this game not beaten before those patches come out, so that I could continue to play this game. Because if I quit this game, as in like if I have to stop, I would like to very much stop playing this game. And then if I come back to it, I would like to at least have a full month's worth or more of game content. So when I stop this game, I would like to stop and move on to something else. Because this game doesn't seem to end. Unlike what I'm hoping other MMOs does have an ending. Once you beat the main story and stuff, it's done. This game keeps adding expansions and more stories, so it doesn't seem to end. But we'll see what's going on. Mitsuba. Oh, I'm in a cutscene. That's bad. Well, you're Heaven's Army, aren't you? In need of a hot meal? No, I'm here to talk to you. Well, if you do a Eureka, you get a few extra months. Yeah, no, that's just repeat fighting over and over. That may get a little boring, as in, like, I won't have nothing to talk about. If it's a full-fledged story and I don't have to do days of doing the same mini-quest over and over again, like the Beast Tribe stuff, like, it's kind of hard to commentate on that. So if I'm just walking out and leveling up and eventually getting to the tower, we'll see. There's lots of content. There's lots of things. There's 100 more days of stuff that I've already skipped. But I don't know how exciting and how I can be me, commentate over it. Actually, he is here at my behest. The story and the biggest dungeon in the game. Well, I walked out and I fought something, and it took like 15 minutes to beat the level 2 creature. That didn't sound like fun for me, unless I did something terribly wrong. And I almost died twice. I had to run away in the town before I died. So something is up with that place. Actually, it is here at my behest. He is here at my behest. I thought it would be best if a potential patron saw our efforts firsthand.
If you would be so kind as to explain to him what you do.
Oh, foisting the burden onto me, are we? Very well, if you insist. Foisting? Allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm Mitsuba. Once upon a time, I owned and operated the largest tavern in the Enclave. I had a hand in everything, from balancing the ledgers to stirring the cookpots. Owing to my expertise, I've been asked to oversee the work here, in the 10,000 stalls. I'm looking around going, I don't see a single stall, but okay. This is where we get to put things here. This looks like where I'm going to be working. Ha! That was the exact same look I gave Kozukura when she showed me this place. 10,000 stalls, by the kami. There's not even 10! Exactly! But mark me, there will be. When we're through, this place will have on offer every imaginable cuisine. Just thinking about it is enough to set my heart racing and my mouth watering. Alright. As I explained earlier, however, trade, or lack thereof, is a major problem at present. We simply aren't getting enough shipments of consumables from outside Yangsha, and so our people are forced to eat the same simple fare day by day. We need to give them something to eat, yes. I would suggest doing the challenge log for Eureka. That gives a ton of experience to level up, so you can explore there easier. You shouldn't have too hard of a time there once you get a few levels and quests done. There's quests to do there? I had to go and pick up a thing from an enemy, and I finally killed one enemy, and then I dropped it off, and then there was nothing else except go and explore and unlock the waystones. But I have to walk by enemies first, and they almost one-shot me. So I kind of like left when I went in there. Maybe there's more to it than I saw, but it didn't leave a good first impression, so I left. Well, the video is there if you needed to see it. However, once our negotiations with foreign concerns bear fruit, we should be able to exchange whatever surplus we produce for a wider variety of ingredients, bringing us closer to realizing Mitsuba's vision. It's some kind of quest without having quest markers and making you need to explore. Okay, well, I might have to look at my challenge log maybe, and that might be what I need to do. This may seem like a silly goal to strive for. That really sounds like something fun for me to do. But by improving the quality of life for our people in a clear, understandable manner, we can motivate them to work harder and tackle even more tasks. Doma will not be rebuilt in a fortnight, and we need every victory, however small. We've a long road ahead of us. You're from Limsa, aren't you? But we need only take it one step at a time. Whatever help you can contribute to the cause would be welcome. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us, Mitsuba. We should head back to the Shazenkai and continue our conversation there, so as not to get in the way of their work. There is not too much left to explain, but if you would indulge me a little longer, I would be grateful. She waves. She's from Eorzea. There's also the one gear piece that you can buy for getting a lot of power in Eureka. Well, okay. How differently? I don't know if you're. I don't want to ask for you to always be around, but if you're around before I finish this expansion, this one, before I move on to Shadowbringers, I think I got the quest name written down, or I had it written down somewheres. I'll stop moving on to the next expansion, and then we can sneak over to Eureka and you can tell me, Or I could just leave Hien here and sneak off to Eureka once I'm done this crazy chain of events. This thing. Because, yeah, I might want to just take a look at Eureka again. You make it sound like there's a whole lot going on, and when I went over there was literally fight the hardest creatures ever. And I have to walk over and open up Aether shards so I can teleport to get to the castle. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Wait. I might have to... I can't skip this right now. What a timing. Decline. Perfect. That was exactly what I wanted to see. Commence. It actually did kick in. That was great. I think we might be missing a tank. Oh good, it worked. Cause yeah, I just didn't see anything. I think I was supposed to pick up an armor thingy. Sloth Jones, by the way, disappeared while I ran through the dungeon at the first. The Jade Stoa. Oh, also Domain Reconstruction will take 12 weeks.
Children of man and quiet!
But yeah, I just wanted to get it going and start it. And then once it leaves me to the spot where I can't do anything, I'd probably leave it be. So he's allowing the Fury to take him. You could turn into a man. What? Anything to watch out for?
There is no turning back!
Iyako? Are you kidding me? I didn't get my moves done right at all. Heavenly Strike? Well, I appreciate that. Who do you sound like? Huh. I don't know what that is, so I moved out of the way. Okay, plenty of time. So we dodged. We lived.
Twofold is my wrath, twice cast my foes!
Oh, that's like right in the way. Oh, there we go. Oh, joy. I don't want to lose my power. Roar of Thunder.
All creation trembles before my might! Behold, E115.
Okay. This is getting a little... Are you serious? He hit us in a tornado? I'll give you a cookie if you know where does Byaku originates from. I'll never get a cookie. Byaku sounds familiar? It sounds like I've heard it before.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent.
What is happening? If I stay in the middle, I'll be able to get away from everything, right? Oh, whoa. Down here, everybody. I didn't know I had to, like, avoid something down below me. Okay. Well, this is an interesting boss. No more games. Well, but we're playing a video game, so he stunned us and then dropped us. And we didn't lose any health from that fall? Easiest bullet ever.
To ashes with you.
No, I don't want to be turned into an ash.
Impressive. Well, I shall bring all to bear.
I like the music. What is the song?
Lightning shield.
They're gonna make me lose my combo. You made me lose my combo, almost. Okay.
Lightning shield.
No! Ah, no! Every time!
Still yourself.
Do I not stand there? Oh, okay, I don't stand there. I was like, somebody died. Okay, let's get this gummy gun. I gotta get my combo back. Ah! Well, they're making me move a lot. Gotta give them credit for that. Leg sweep, right in the corner. Whoever this is voice actually sounds like a really angry beast. So good on you. Oh. We got hit by a thingy that I didn't see. Uh-oh. What is this? What is this craziness that I'm seeing? Okay, can I start attacking this thing now? I just kept my combo. Oh, what a rare and happy day that was. Okay, I was going to use the limit break in a little bit. But if you want to use a limit break now, go for it.
You are stronger than I can hope.
that was a bit of Byakko. I can't think of where Byakko is from, actually. I really can't. I'm quite certain I might have seen the name before, but I can't quite give an origination from it at all. All I know is Barakamon, but that's it. Thank you for the party. Don't leave. You went too fast. I no longer feel fear for my soul. My thanks to you. Well, that was intense. So, where did Byakko come from? And not Barakamon, or am I saying that name right? Give me a half a moment. I'll know the name that I'm trying to say. Yeah, it is Barakamon. Yeah. A really funny, awesome anime. Get back everything. Okay. Oh, you warped me here. That's fine. It's related to Chinese folklore with being one of celestial beings, Byakko being the white tiger. So, from what I've already seen, they've already shown me the turtle, the cat, the white tiger. They've shown me a whole bunch of them. They look like, from what you're saying, yeah, celestial beings. You are indeed the warrior they say, not unlike him, in many respects. Like him? 'Twas in another era that we first met, him and I, long, long before the kingdom of Doma. Interesting. Story time. Aww. I told you before of my past, of how I was shunned by man and beast alike for my snow-white fur that marked me as a harbinger of doom. Bereft of family and friendship, of home, I wandered the mountains in search of a place to call my own. There I would accept my fate and await the inevitable. But death did not come, for I was unlike my brothers in more respects than my fur. With every century I grew stronger and stranger. Monstrous in turn. Monstrous. Period. In turn, what few creatures dared traverse my domain withdrew further and further. Yes, these bosses are related to these, including the turtle. Indeed. Okay, so I kind of got that. I just didn't know where I saw Byakko from. Never had I been so alone. Until... And then one day I woke to find a man standing before me, bewildered. I rose and bared my fangs as I roared in rage. Be gone, or I shall rend you asunder and feast on your flesh. What fool has the temerity to approach me thus? Temerity? Temerity? I don't know that word. But the man did not flee. Rather, he stood his ground and said, "This fool is named Tenzin, and ever since he was a child, he spoke the language of beasts." Oh. I won't say anymore, so you can't guess the rest of the celestial beings. Tiger, dragon, I'll see them. Then you know full well what you stand to lose. Return to your people or die. Ooh, scary. Ha ha ha! But Tenzin threw his back and threw his back out laughing. Is what I was going to say. Threw back his head and laughed. There you go. That's better. They would kill me if I dared, for fear of my talents. I was banished. A harbinger of doom, they called me. In that instant, all my anger drained away. Tenzin's word had struck at the heart of me. He was a fellow outcast, cursed by his kin for his very nature.
and a samurai with a really, really long sword. Sweet. That night, as I listened to his snoring, Tenzin throws his back out while laughing and snores. Good to know. I realized I had found in this man a kindred spirit. I see. Soon after we embarked on a journey together, in the days that followed we met other solitary souls and aided them as we had aided each other. But those are tales for another time. I doubt very much you are willing to stand here in silence. You're very much you are willing to stand here in silence while I recount my every adventure with Tenzin? I am. Come, let us return to the temple. Genbu is doubtless eager to learn the outcome of our battle. He already knows that we succeeded. You can fly? You know what? Whatever. They're all celestial beings and stuff. Anything's possible nowadays. I gotta go... Yeah, I'm just gonna warp here. Wait, can I not warp there now? I might be able to warp here. No, not the Enclave. Zoom. That is the Enclave. Oh, I want to go to here. Oh, right, that was nowhere near the right thing. Okay. If I warp here, I'm going to be under the water, right? But it'll still take a few seconds to get up and out of the water. Or I can go over here, and it'll take a... No, you know what? I'll just go here. White Tiger. See, there's so many things now, difficulties. Like, I played Okami. That showed you a lot of things, and it also... If you're just, like, tigers and dragons and stuff like that, you don't have to go from the water. You can just use the exit. But wouldn't that take... I'll be going east. Right? And I don't even know where to go. East is this way. Yeah, I'm going not where I wanted to go. But this still might be faster. If I would have flown straight up, I would have hit the water thing. Then I would have been... Oh, I took the long way that time. Then I would have been in the water and would have been flying up, and I had to do another load to get out of the water, and then I would have been over there. Yeah, no. I don't know. I don't know how long or how quick it would be. But yeah, there's plenty of celestial beings that I've seen just in the 4 years of live streaming that I can't give a name to which ones it could be, other than a dragon right now. Who would have thought we'd be going into a volcano? Fury. That doesn't look so furious. No need to explain. Genbu's told me all about you and the thrashing you gave him and the others. Need me to escort you back to the temple? Yes, please. Well, oh, they're over here still chatting? Isn't it silly that you have these minions here? Yes, it is wonderful. I can't wait to get all of the minions here. Please do not disturb us, Evans. We're in the middle of a very important training session. Are you really? Never met your heroes, my friend. Okay, Genbu, who's next? Well done, Heavens, well done. You have done my friend a great kindness, one we shall not soon forget. What is Tataru doing? She getting the power of swimming? What exactly did you ask Soroban to do? I'm not sure what's going on, and I'm afraid to ask. Oh no. I'm never afraid to ask questions. What exactly did you ask Soroban to do? You needn't be so concerned. You know well the power of the Kojin's incantations, yes? I have but asked Soroban to undergo a little training that he might assist us with the maintenance of the wards. He has demonstrated a remarkable aptitude thus far, in fact. How much longer must I continue? With Tataru there forever. Concentrate. Less chatting, more chanting. So Tataru will keep him on track? What youthful energy. It has been far too long since we had the pleasure of such company. Not since Tenzin, I imagine. I've been meaning to ask, what sort of man was Tenzin? I know all about him. We only just learned the stories, and you've already said they were half wrong. Curious, are you? Oh, he stopped chanting. Very good, very good. Far too many people have no interest in the past. What to say? What to say? Well, for one, Tenzin was blessed with the selfsame power Heavens possesses, the Echo. I believe it is sometimes called. It is. Alas, as you probably know from personal experience, such individuals are often regarded with suspicion. I wasn't. If not outright fear. I hope not. Nevertheless, Tenzin was a generous soul who was ever eager to aid his fellow man. Indeed, he died as he lived, fighting for the sake of those he loved. You see, when he faced Koryu, we four lords were still quite young and weak. Not even Auspices. How do you say that name correctly? In truth. Because I'll keep calling it Auspices until I forget again. And we could but look on helplessly as the two dragged one another to the brink of death. With the last of his strength, Tenzin imprisoned the mortally wounded Koryu. He then bequeathed to us a sacred treasure, a crystal which shone with an otherworldly light. Is that the white whatchamacallits? Oft have I wondered if the crystal was the source of the powers we would grow to possess? Would we have become the four lords without it? In my heart, I think not. We built this temple to strengthen the wards and safeguard the Ruby Sea in Tenzin's stead. His legacy would be ours, and so it has been to this day. And so it will continue to be, but only if we can rely upon you to quell the Aramitama of our comrades. I can't wait though. Byakko needs his rest, and so do you, Heavens, do I? In that case, it'd probably be for the best if I went back to Kagane. There's no telling what mischief that man will get up to in my absence. You think Hancock would get up to mischief? I too shall take my leave. Doubtless I am needed in Tamamizu. Oh, you're not going anywhere. Your training is far from finished, my friend. Uh-oh. But I can't possibly refuse the request of the four lords, can I? Ha. I hate to impose upon you, Heavens, but perhaps you can go to Tamamizu in my stead. It may be sometime before I'm permitted to return home. Sure. Can I warp here? Nope, I can't. If I can't click out of here, I can't warp. maybe I could. But I'm gonna think I can't. So there's a whole bunch of awesome minions you can get here. And I know they exist because I've seen a few people running around with them. But I'm assuming you have to fight them. And I may be able to get the drop from the fights. Or the extreme fights, maybe. Yeah, maybe. You earn the minions elsewhere, mostly. Okay. Bunchin. So, Sorban will be staying with the Genbu for a time. How wonderful to hear. I have no doubt he will make the most of his most blessed opportunity. They're putting him to work. Oh, I have another missive for you. It was delivered personally by an unusual cat. An auspice, I presume? Thank you. Should I have sat down to talk to you, or did you need to stand up to hand that to me? You are welcome to come and go from the temple as you like. Fury will remain at his post above ground. You need only seek him out. I should be glad if you take him up on his invitation and look in on Sorban every now and then. After all, he is, in essence, a representative there. Our representative there. Stand back up, dude. Turtles in Time? Is that a TMNT, like... Turtles in Time, I know it's an older game, I don't know what system. But, is that a reference to that? Because that's hilarious if it is. A pleasure as ever to see you, my friend. Would that I could say the same for Sorban. He has yet to return to Tamamizu. It's been 4 seconds since we last spoke. So I can only assume he is still busy undergoing Genbu's rigorous training. Hold up. Somebody's calling me on the Echo communicator. Hello? Hello? Heavens? Is my link pearl working? It's so unreliable, these little things. Well, why do we use them? I'm going to pay a visit to Risen Temple to see Sorban. Give him a treat to keep his spirits up. If you're available, you should come too. I hope you haven't forgotten how to get there. Oh, I totally have in the 30 seconds it's been. You look for the cute animal trying not to look like a guard on duty in the middle of the volcanic island. Yeah, exactly. I was, of course, not privy to your conversation just now, but on the off chance you are bound for Risen Temple, give Sorban and Genbu my regards. Sure. So let's see if this is faster, because the last time I kind of went up and I went out the east gate, and then I kept on going. But I could just go like this now. Is this faster? This is another load. Ah, L. Oh, not L, L. There. Ah. I'm starting to think that way was faster. Like the fat cat is from Fishing Retainer Exploration Ventures. Your retainer could go fishing and you could get a fat cat? Oh, I might have to start doing that then. Because I might want to get that. I just have to do a little bit of everything, but there's no... Unless there is a way to know where everything is. And look at the possible rewards you're going to get from stuff and then work your way towards them. So, like this. Go to your achievements. And there should be everything here. And all of that, and then you can just see that you can get the fat cat minion, or it just says like a chance to get a minion. They don't have to tell you exactly what it is. You just need to say minion, and then you'd be like, oh cool, I should just do the retainer fishing thing until I get a minion. and it's not achievements. You can filter, but not achievements. Defeat 30 ice. Yeah, who knows? Either way. He's still training. Poor Soraban. Turtle and turtle. Two talking turtles at once. Hello. Hi, well met, brave adventurer. You are here alone this day? What of the urchin girl? She's not an urchin. I recall nipping at your heels. She's here, and she probably won't appreciate that. Only way you know... the only way you know you get Fat Cat from there is by looking up the internet guides, or you randomly find it. Yeah, see, that's unfortunate. They should have had it so that you can see what you can do, instead of accidentally finding things, because that's how you miss a lot of things. And then have it so that your retainer thing will be like, if you do this, you will get a minion. And it doesn't spoil it, it just lets you know that you're going to get a minion for. So you would activate the thingy, so that it appears on a list, and you can just work towards it. Kind of like how RuneScape does things. Either way, that's Tataru. Tataru. T-A-T-A-R-U. Or Tataru. And I'll thank you not to forget it, or else you'll get a takoyaki, and you get no takoyaki from me. Oh my, that would be most unfortunate. My sincerest apologies. I shall endeavor to remember little urchin Tataru. Well, you remembered your name. Of course, your name will not soon. I will not soon forget, because turtles have great memories. For you saved my dear friend Byakko from descending into madness. It is good that you are here soon. Really, Brain? Heavens, Sorban has made great strides in his training. It is true, but I believe we need consider more drastic methods. Fight him to the death. Or until you beat the turtle shell. It's his backpack off of him that looks like a turtle shell. Though he is not without potential, Sorban, as he is, simply lacks divinity. Should we carry on as we are, he may not be ready when we have need of his strength. As with Byakko before, there will come a time when we must confront Seiru and Suzaku. So Seiru is probably that dragon thing, and Suzaku is a cat. Sure, we'll go with that. And quell the raging Aramitama within them. Accordingly, we must use every means at our disposal, no matter how dangerous, to ensure we are prepared. No matter how dangerous. What exactly did you have in mind? There is no need for fearful trembling or withdrawing into one shell. All I would have you do is open a box. Oh, is that all? Well, I've opened my fair share of boxes. So have I. I love opening up treasure chests. Ever gone on record to tell you that before? But know that it is no ordinary box you must open. It is a Tamate Bako of geomancy, a sacred vessel which harbors the very power of time itself. And you just have a box of power, the power of time box, just laying around. And yet you say there is no need for fearful trembling. The box sounds very dangerous. To what end would you have me open it? That you may bathe in its temporal magics and age 1,000 years in an instant. That you may undergo the change and become an auspice, albeit until the magics dissipate. And then you revert back to your time again. You would have me become an auspice like the four lords? You might actually turn into him. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Wait, am I supposed to be consoling him? Oh, I go for jokes instead of that. Hold on, Heavens. You didn't come across one of those thing, time in a box in Susui of the Violet Tides. You did, didn't you? I did? I'm aware of similar relics in the position of the rain. However, their magics alter only in appearance of those exposed. A mummer's trick, a glamour, altogether unlike the phenomenal power of the Tamate Bako we seek. Exploration Venture says it will search a random area for whatever items can be found there, aka there's a random chance to find something good. The Exploration Venture. That's from the in-game explanation. Exploration Venture. I see. From your retainers. You could also do sending out your little grand company things and get stuff, but you see what you get from them. Know that this is no legend, but incontrovertible truth. For the one who created the Tamate Bako of geomancy was a fellow Ospice. Like many of us, he had lived long enough to see comrades become consumed by the Aramitama, see them descend into madness and lay waste to the lands they had sworn to protect. And like many of us, he had no choice. Why is there two hads? He had no choice but to put an end to their rampages. This Ospice knew full well apparently, that he was destined to share their fate. And so before he too fell from grace, he resolved to craft a Tamate Bako of geomancy. And when his work was complete, he bathed in its magics until he was no more. By the Kami, he chose to die while his mind was still his own. I don't know what to say. I don't know why you're crying over that story where he saved himself from going mad. Sounds like a cool thing to do, instead of going mad and worse your fate. Once the true potential of the box was understood, that it could bring death to an Ospice, it was decided that it should be placed under lock and key in the Swallow's compass, until we had need of it. However, the Grand Museum, a mausoleum of King Ganondorf again, right, him, has been abandoned to the Shikigami, forever bound to its halls as guardians. And only a warrior of surpassing strength can hope to overcome their trials. Some warrior of light, maybe? Steel yourself, Soraban, until the moment Heavens returns with the Tamate Bako of geomancy. You must train like you had never trained before. Yes, of course. Ha. Okay. Well, let's go over and get these things done. This is going to be like a never-ending quest, isn't it? Where I'll never sneak over to Eureka. I will, but I didn't know how long it was going to take, and who knows. I got distracted from my other quests that I was doing too. Well, there. At least these two quests are close together. Is it gonna always rain every episode? I need to know. I keep saying I need to know. I catch that I keep saying that, from time to time, and it's only because it's from the anime that I really, really like. And I guess I picked it up from that anime. So that's what this building's about. Now we get to unlock a thing. Ah, the weasel. Diffidlies. Congrats on level 32, dude. Way to level up, yo. Oh, hey, you made it, finally. I've only been waiting here forever and a day. But hey, it's not like we got potential calamity to worry about or anything. I literally teleported and flew over here as quick as anybody else could. Other than people who can't fly and teleport, so even faster than most people. Anyway, I've already taken care of the ward sealing the tome's entrance, so you're free to go in and get the box. But whatever you do, don't open it. Yeah, I'll try not to. Oh, and one more thing. I'll wager they told you about the Shikigami, but forgot to mention that the box itself is guarded by one of us. A tough bugger and a half. Even tougher one that I fought before, basically. But you're a pretty tough bugger yourself, right? Right, I am. And you gave Byako what for, and after all? Just don't say I didn't warn you. Thanks, Kamachi. Kamaitachi? Kama-itachi. Ah, Kama-itachi is what I'm going to call you. I guess I could just go back here. Wait, but I don't have to fly over there. Did I give myself a bunch of more experience as a Dragoon? I got 4,000 gil. Okay, you know what? I didn't get any experience, but that was close. I do not need to give my Dragoon any more experience. The 10,000 stalls are but one example of what we hope to build here in the Enclave. Alas, it will take much time and effort. And it will also take tremendous resources that I pray you will be willing to contribute. Raw materials, foodstuffs, linens, medicines, all this and more would be of use. Anything and everything you can afford to part with would be welcome. Furthermore, as a token of your appreciation, we will provide a small gratuity relative of the value of the items you relinquish. You need only place these items in the donation basket to my left. I will calculate the gratuity and pay you immediately. The Doman Enclave reconstruction commenced. You may now use the donation basket to contribute unneeded items to the Shazenkai. These items will be used to supply the finance the reconstruction of the Doman Enclave. Further details can be had by speaking with Kozakura, right? Oh! I can get rid of all of this stuff now. Except that. Doman Iron Gunblade. Level 60. Conjurer White Mage. Mage, level 46. Sure. You want to know optional items to donate? I was going to get rid of all of my green and pink gear. Because I picked a whole bunch up that I was going to sell to my whatchamacallit, but now I don't need any of these. So I'll just get rid of these. I thought I had more. There's one. There's another one. That's white, orange, and black boots. That's interesting. I don't know which ones I picked up from a dungeon, but all the green ones would have been picked up from a dungeon, wouldn't they? Optimal, not optional. Oh, optimal. Sure. I mean, I could probably take some optimal things. All greens and purples you can sell for Grand Company seals too. Yes. I've been maxed out and I can't get any more than 90,000 and I have nothing else to buy. So I'm kind of just unable to donate more than 10 items. Oh. Thank you so much for your contribution. We'll pray you will favor us with your generosity in the future as well? Sure. You can buy next things for Anima Relic weapons with the seals. Oh, well I have 90,000, so I'm good. And I'll keep doing dungeons anyway, so I'll always have these green things here. There's plenty of those. And I get rid of some blue ones too, now that I think about it. Okay, that's not bad. Done. Something happened. On behalf of the Shazenkai Heavens, I thank you for your support. You need 15 new might from Grand Companies for Relic Weapon. Okay. Numino might. Slim Reaper. From D-Live. Whoa. You're the second person that's shown up since I started D-Live recently. Welcome to the 1,600th consecutive live stream day in a row celebration. So, welcome. Glad you could make it to such a special day for this channel. And just a chill stream on Final Fantasy 14. You're welcome, Kozakura, for me throwing things in a box. The proceeds from your contributions have already been used to great effect, but I would not have you take me at my word alone. I can see what happened. I pray you visit to Mitsuba of the 10,000 stalls. She should be glad to tell you of the progress they have made. 1,600 days, no breaks. Since the day I started live streaming, I haven't missed a single night live streaming. I apparently like live streaming, and it's been crazy. Now I'm on Twitch and YouTube, and I only recently started D-Live. But yeah, I've been here for over 4 years now, and just enjoying what I'm doing, and hopefully looking for people who enjoy what I do. Oh, where's the eggplant? None today, I'm afraid. Eggplant? Okay. Interesting. Mitsuba, that dude distracted me before I talked to you. It's crazy.
Good to see you again, Heavens. Kozakura tells me you've been quite generous of late. I tried. I just got rid of some of the gear that I didn't need. On behalf of us, of all of us, I thank you. Have you played this game before, Slim Reaper? Are you an avid Final Fantasy 14 player, or just found me? As you can see, they've got things stacked up neatly. That's nice. That's a huge improvement. We've got the frames up now. Yeah, and I saw those too. Just the bones of what's to come. But perhaps it's easier than before to imagine how that stall over there will one day become a proper kitchen. That's going to be a kitchen? I haven't played 14, but I've played others. Other good MMOs? Because I've one shot at, like, played the game once to show some MMO games that I thought people might want me to play. And I haven't got any feedback from it, but what games have you played? Because I only played a few. They're on my list somewheres. Or on YouTube if you want to check me out, but they're there somewheres. I played a few. As you can see, we've got I've already read this. Proper kitchen. Unfortunately, we've yet to address the properly supply issue. While it's true we've no shortage of rice and a few varieties of vegetables, some river fish as well, there's little else of note. I'm in a cutscene again. The land here has always been well suited for the rice cultivation, and you can't blame the farmer for taking advantage of that. Man can't live off of rice and nothing else. Okay, please get me out of this cutscene. Yes, I'm gonna have to. Yes, thanks, game. I have 10 seconds before I miss this. Of course it kicked in the middle of a big cutscene, because that's how lucky I am. So you've played Final Fantasy 6, 7, 10, and 15. Oh, you're talking about Final Fantasies. I was thinking MMOs. So, if you really want to see a Final Fantasy player, please step over to my YouTube channel. !YouTube and send the link to you. I hope. It does, actually. I hope it does. Maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, sneak over to HEAVENSARMY. I played almost all of the Final Fantasies. I'm working on playing the updated Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm planning on playing Crisis Core on my channel soon. I got a lot of Final Fantasies that I played and still more I want to play. Hiya. By the way, I'm the new one. Final Fantasy 11 is an old MMO, and I was planning on playing it before 11. But, Final Fantasy 14 took over. The Dragon Seal? Can I click on the Dragon Seal and see what happens? Geometric Kyofusa. What? What was that about? Okay. I think we're going to be dealing with a dragon now. Just thinking out loud, but possibly a dragon. So yeah, I haven't played 11, but I'm still waiting for the chance to play it. I found 2 ways how I could possibly play it, but I haven't gone around to getting to that figured out yet fully. Just found ways to still be able to play it. Okay, every time I walk through a door, that happens. You got some amazing things happening over there on D-Live. I'm getting like emotes. You hit a button and you made everything explode.
You can play it on PC. Yes. Well, welcome to D-Live. Well, thank you for welcoming me to D-Live. It's a new thing for me, so I'm still like learning the ins and outs. But I like how you can hit that button and everything explodes. I like your remote. I don't think Twitch gets your remote, unfortunately. Yeah, it does not. Oh, that's unfortunate. You can click it to save it. But I'm not on D-Live. I'm on Twitch and I'm able to read your thing with the superpowers that I have. I would have to sneak over to D-Live and then click on them hopefully later. Oh, we're at the thing with the dragon. That doesn't look like a dragon. It looks like a flying hawk. An owl? Oh, okay, no, it actually looks like an... I lost my power. Great. Tengu. Oh, Tengu. That name sounds familiar. Do I need to watch out for this? Hysteria. Great. Thanks, Hysteria. I have no idea if I'm supposed to avoid these or not, but like, okay. I'll just keep moving and hopefully things work out well for me. That's really all I could ask for. That person, can I hide up there too? That'd be great if I could. I saw bullets? Was that bullets? I yet burn with divinity. Well, you're already dead, so why would you even say that? KO. Need. Geomantic Aetherite. Okay. That's interesting. I'm trying to sneak over to D-Live. Do you know how challenging that is for me to do? Click on them to save them. Add to favorite library. Thank you. I added it to my favorite library now. Oh, now I lost my chat though. Ah, alright, we're back. Thanks, Slim Reaper. Are you the real Slim Reaper? And should we all stand up? That's my question for you. Why do I keep using my fire move? When I need it now. What in the world? Oh, there's a wall I can hide behind. Good to know. I don't know any of the rules to this engagement. So when things happen, I'm gonna get hit by everything. Oh, I'll take that. And that. I could sell all of these too. That's a Malboro! Safe here. Aha! I figured it out now, see? I have become smarter. side. What kind of powers are these? That water can fly down to the thingy. Ah! 20 more seconds before I have to do a full combo. It's not gonna happen. Okay. Well, I don't know what this thing is, but Dara Bocce. Is this supposed to avoid that? I hope not. I'm gonna just move over here. Nope, somebody's already over there. Great. What do I do? What do I do? Oh, good. That's what I was supposed to do. I think. Nice attack. This thing's kind of cool. But, I just gotta make sure I just don't die, that's all. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm still alive. And that means something. Ah! The land, the land, the land! Okay. So the water thing. A white baboon. Ah! What are you doing? Surrender to the Tempest. That was cool. There's a little flying attack and kind of neat. Dragon Bifang? Cool. Let's just jump on this, don't we? And while we're flying, all we need for that. I lost my power again. All my hard work goes down the drain. I cannot seem to keep my powers when there's all this space between enemies. Great. Thought we got hit by that attack. This is getting a little bit more intense than the other dungeons. All the other dungeons I was able to just, you know, fly around and laugh and have a good time and look at chat for 20 minutes straight and just, you know, look up and take out an enemy and walk through. Fun thing to know. You can dodge all AoE attacks in the game if you just have some structure between source and AoE. And you. As long as any structure is there, I can dodge it. Interesting. Did they add that recently, or there wasn't any AoEs? No, yeah, I was able to dodge the first golem that you fight. The big giant thing that the summoner summons. And you have to hide behind the pillars when it attacks. Yeah. Okay, I knew that. I thought you meant like all attacks. That'd be crazy awesome. I did my fire thing when I was supposed to do it. What a rare treat that is. And I do think something I'm supposed to. It's been a thing since the realm of one. Yeah, exactly. Goku! Flying on the Nimbus, I see. The monkey. It's the monkey. Got it. Let me have my power still. That was not 18 seconds. It's over. It's gone. Great. Anyway. Both ends? I don't know if I'm supposed to dodge that attack or if I just am. But I'll just keep doing what I'm doing and hopefully things work out great. Oh, I just messed up my combo. We take out his attack so quickly that we had all that time to spare. That's awesome. That... Ow. I took up mine already. What's taking those dudes so long? I cannot carry any more elegant tombstones. What? I am maxed out of elegant tombstones again? I didn't even use the limit break because I didn't think that was dead already. Whoops. Well, I knew that, I think. Yeah, there's that emote that I want to do again. Is Nimbus gonna come and pick us up, or is this a good one? He was just the one who was guarding the place. He's like, well, thanks for beating me up. It's all good now. You can take the thing. You are strong enough. You are worthy. Well, everyone's still here, so good job, healer. I will loot. And I will take a look at this place before I leave. Okay, this is a really beautiful place. If there was like a temple like this, like they kind of tried to do a thing like this in Final Fantasy X, really. But yeah, this is truly pretty. I wish I could go up there. Yeah, you're like up in the clouds, but only some of the mountain peaks are up through the cloud limits. You can still see the sky. You're up. Like, it's pretty nice. I like it. I like this place. Heaven's Army approved. You can buy demi crystals too. You can buy demi crystals with poetics. I'm gonna hold off because I need all the poetics so I can buy my gear. And my plan is to fly quickly through the main story in Shadowbringers. And then unlock my level 80 gear as soon as possible so I can start grinding for more poetics. So that then I could also... I don't know what happened here. I was talking to her and had to skip everything. She was gonna say such nice things until that thing kicked in. It's very nice when the game always... My timing's always right in the middle of an important thing. And I can't quite play it. You don't use poetics anymore at level 80. So what do I get to... I guess it'll let me know. So I don't need to use poetics anymore, except for my relic weapons. And for the gear that I want to level up with. Okay, well I might get my level 70 gear done then. And then I might, with my white mage, I'll get a little bit stronger. Yeah, we'll go with that. Alright. Been running in dungeons and stuff. 700 gil there. Everything else is good. So, she was talking and then it's all skipped now. My brain skipped all of this. Because I skipped the Poetics of General Tome for the past tomes and previous expansions. They're gonna remove that away? I don't know about all that business with the Paduga and Lord Hian, but if they can help us broker an agreement with Zayla traders, then I am satisfied. So I guess this quest is done. Basically I gotta keep throwing money at them, and this will keep expanding, and she'll have something for me to talk about. Unfortunately, I'm running dungeon things now, and I'm missing I'm missing what's happening in there. Why? They could have kicked in before or after I was done this cutscene. Either way, I'm gonna go back to here and get this underway. My currency tab? There's Poetics, there's Goeta, there's Phantom Magra, and these two are discontinued. Yeah. I don't need these anymore? Speaking of 2,000, I should go and drop some of them off. I'll just blow all my money for my white mage? Or should I get it from my tank? And then I can go through the rest of the game, because I'm running around with my level 70 normal gear with my tank. Either way, I gotta spend some... I need to spend some points. Go buy demi crystals for Doma to get this done. Get this done for this week. And get those from Idleshire. Go to Idleshire. You don't want me to get gear from my white mage and my black mage? White mage and my tank? And my level 70 blue gear? Power them up? Use them for the level 80 game content? You'd rather me buy demi crystals for Doma and get this done for this week. So let's just say if the limit is 10,000, and then another 10,000 will get me 2 cutscenes. Like, so if I give 10,000 away, I'll get a cutscene, and then after that cutscene, I'll give another 10,000, and then I would have another cutscene. If I gave 20,000 in one shot, would I unlock both? Those are my questions. I don't use them for duties, and you can still do more duties. Oh, I am. I'm using my red mage now. This is my other DPS class that I'm getting through. And the limit doesn't reset. So yeah, I got my, I got things going on here with this game. I got my 3 and working on my 4 level 70 classes. I'm going other or special items. special. The limit doesn't reset. I'm supposed to buy demi crystals for Doma, and I get demi crystals from Idleshire. And if it's not here, demi crystals? Are they called something else? I missed it. It's right here. I went right over it. Buy 80 of them? So, you want me to just blow my 2,000 now and get it over with? Or is that overkill? Because I need to know before I confirm what I'm about to do. Somehow I missed them. It's overkill. Okay, good. I'm like, okay, how many? Do you have a number for me? Because yeah, I have no problem. Will I need 80 in total? Because if I could just blow it all now, I would. But yeah. Probably need 5 or 9 more. Oh, really? There was like 5 or 9 more. Five or 9 more. Let's buy 10. And then I could go and buy more things for my white mage now? Then give them to the donation box. And then repeat? Over and over and over? What an interesting concept I'm doing. So, how many do you think I need each week? Because I'll just buy that limit now. And then I'll know to write that down. Am I not where I'm supposed to be? I ran north, I thought. I did, I just ran not quite north. Oh, okay. I just ran what I thought was north, and I'm like, where am I at? Oh, don't tell me there's a wall here. Who puts walls up like this? Somebody wants to trap an adventurer like me. I don't have my back jump. I'm not a dragon. I was gonna try to back jump over the wall, but I know I can't. I was just going to try to. Can I fly? They won't allow me to. Why? This game is pure evil. Why are they stopping me? Why is there walls here? Who put those there? We need to tear down some of these walls. Let's not build this many walls. My fault for like not going here. I did all of that just to get to the donation boxes right in front of me. For some reason I wanted to go over here. The donation cap. Weekly budget of 8,000. So 10 equals 6,000. Oh, I couldn't sell them one at a time. So buying 80, just I would have sold them all and I would have just wasted it. Oh, I thought I could like choose. Cancel. I can just do this. I can split. I have a better plan. I'd rather not go back and buy more and then repeat. How about if I just go and find all the gear that I supposedly picked up? Apparently I didn't pick up any? There's one. They're all rings and stuff, are they? Done. It's the maxed out now. On behalf of that, on behalf of Shazenkai, Heavens, I thank you for your support. I'm gonna try to write down demi crystals and buy those things, so I just can't right now because I can barely reach the keyboard. I am pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. Sweet. Now I can. So we got our own little oven thing and everything? Oh, this is nice. I actually like seeing this. It's gonna take about a full week. Owing to your many contributions, the 10,000 stalls have seen further development. This is awesome. So, as you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? I'm hoping it just keeps on thriving and getting better. This is kind of nice to do. So now I'm at my limit. So it pains me to do so. I must refuse any further contributions at this time, because it's an MMO. We've yet to allocate additional funds to pay gratuity for donations. Tuesday, 4 a.m. Earth time. So it is less than a week, but I got it done this week, this entire week, and it resets. I'm gonna write that down, too. Tuesday. There you go. 2 day. That's good enough. I missed an S. Anyway. Sweet. So there's my reset. I could do it once a week. It'll take a long time to do. Such silly things. This is what I don't like about MMOs, is that you have to do those kind of silly things. So, now I will go to Ralgar's Reach. Actually, I should probably go and buy... How many demi crystals do you think I need? Let's go here first and buy what I need and then buy... Is it like 20 demi crystals to equal out what they need, or is it more? So I sold a bit of gear and then some more, and then I left. I have no idea what the number is. It takes 12 full weeks, maxing it out each week. They do like to drag things out in MMOs, don't they? Yeah, like I said, I've never been a fan of the dragging out business on MMOs, but hey. Not a fan of doing side quest after side quest either. But, it's an other. $20 = 500? Guess I'll just buy 20. It's safe to buy 240 Dimmy crystals and then split them up when I need them. Okay, done. I'll just buy them and I'm good for a while. Alright, well now I don't have to buy gear for my white mage. That saves me a bunch of time. It's a bow? That's a crazy looking bow. Okay, there's just a lot of crazy weapons in this game. Now we can get back to where we were? Why not? Such warping all over the place. I can't help it, I'm like doing dungeons and then it's actually completing other things, but we are done with the house thingy for a while. I'm hoping you can fix up said place and get your own house out of it. That would be like the best thing ever. If you warp, you're almost into the thingy. I am getting near that 120 episodes. Isn't that awesome? I was like at like episode 70 when I was like moving on to the whole bunch of other stuff. I'm like, I don't know if this game is gonna make it to 120. And then like when I got to whatever point it was just like, oh, I can do this and I could do beast tribes and I could do that and I could do more than just the classes that I'm doing, and I could do all disciples of hands and lands, and there's literally infinity episodes if I want to do that. But I just wanted to make it to 120 and let this be my main staple of a series, so that I can not say the game that I don't ever want to say that I played. I have played it. I've already learned my lesson to never play games like that ever again. No matter how popular they are at the time, it's not worth playing a game that's absolutely opposite of you, and all it did was bring in toxic people. It's unfortunate that I played it just to try to get some viewers. It's not worth it. It just brought me 2 years of grief, it seems. So yeah, basically, I learned my lesson early on, thank goodness. And now I just play games that I like. And I just try to forget the 2 or 3 games I've played, just to try to grow this channel, because, you know, every person's like that, I would say. You want your channel to grow, so you do just about anything. And when someone says play this game, you'll grow. And you try it, and then you find out like, ugh. So yeah. Anyway, just take it from people who's had the experience. Just doing main and side quests is probably 150 episodes. Sounds great to me. If you do all the side quests for all classes, you'll probably have 300 plus episodes. I don't know how far people want me to play this game. I'm assuming when I beat Shadowbringers and do the rest of the side quests that I was planning on doing, like, I'll have to like ask the question then, but like, how much more do you want me to play? Do you want me to then move on to like the variety that I used to do? Do you not want me to be that? Or do you want me to just continue playing this game for a long time until that community does show up that I've been waiting for years? You are returned, and with the Tomate Bacco of Geomancy, I gather? Of course I picked that up in some scene that I didn't see. Very good, very good. Of course there was no need to fear for the well-being of the warrior who faced my brother Byakko and lived. Let us brook no further delay and make ready for this next stage of Soroban's training. Listen well, everyone, for the magics we are about to unleash are ancient and terrifying. Scary. And it's exceedingly dangerous, especially for Soroban. I wish you would stop saying that. Soroban, you're in good hands. Be at ease, Soroban. It's only extremely dangerous and terrifying. Byakko will devote his energies to maintain the wards on Koryu's prison while we are occupied. Should you be indisposed for a time, we will manage. And I've been secretly practicing my Arcanema in preparation for a time like this. So don't worry, no matter what happens, we'll be ready. After all, we've each got our part to do, or we each got to do our part if we're going to claim the fabulous riches. I mean, if we're going to save the Ruby Sea from certain doom. Tataru, is that what you're here for? I would say keep playing until you finish Shadowbringer's side quest and main quest. Maybe try to do the Extreme Savages stuff for it too and call it there. That's probably what I would do. I would be doing more of the Extreme and Savages dungeons and raids if they would ever queue. But since they don't queue, I kind of stopped doing them. I was hoping to have a group of people by now, those who would play the same time I play, and I could have just invited them all to my free company, and we could have just done daily, weekly raids all the time. I would have been gladly to spend a few hours getting those done, and getting stuff that you just can't normally get by yourself when you play solo. Either way, not all plans work out as you plan. Have daily queues in Party Finder. Well, that's good. That means they can, since they are current. Well, that's good, because the other ones don't. Her enthusiasm notwithstanding, I expect we will need to turn to you should this training go awry. Take a moment to see to your equipment, and let me know when you are ready to begin. Everything's in order? Then let us begin. It's way easier to do these main story stuff, side story stuff, when you're a healer. Where did that box come from? I was not carrying that. Was I in my pocket? Because it was in my inventory. Where's my inventory at? And what does it look like? Because that box is larger than me. Now remember, Sorban, once open, the box will spew forth smoke. Because that's what smoke is time. Remember, remain still and let it wash over you. Surrender to the magic and let it transform you into an allspice. And you are certain this will be temporarily. I'm honored as I would be to join your ranks. I fear I am too young to be so old. Sassy. It's even more questionable when you are Lala. When you're a Lalafell. You know what? Yes, when you are a Lalafell, that is bigger than your entirety. So true. But yeah, I gotta make these jokes sometimes because it's just like, where was I holding this? Even as a human or a Lalafell, just where did this come from? I wasn't carrying it the whole time because you would have seen it. Looks like my character is like in two, as in like there's two parts of me. I look blurry, or there's something behind me. Is that my weapon? I think it's my weapon that makes it look like there's, I don't know, a shade of me. Either way, come you lot, let us retreat to a safer distance. Oh, it's that dangerous? Huh. Safer distance? And let the smoke overwhelm you. Remember to remain calm. Cough, hacking, and wheezing is not calm. And time is being sent back in time. Uh-huh. It's fake. I knew it. Tataru, no! Gosh, what a waste of time. There had better be some treasure or something interesting inside. Tataru. A foolish urchin! Ooh, what? Wait, no, not me either. Okay, good. I thought I was gonna go over. Was that really necessary? You could have just asked me to move nicely. Tataru. What? What does that look for? Is there something on my face? Don't tell me she looks really old. Oh no, Tataru, this is only temporarily. My face! My beautiful face! I feel like... It feels like algoat leather left in the sun. Why would anybody do this to Tataru? Whoever thought this was a good idea, this is not a good idea. At all. You deserve that, Tataru. Get a hold of yourself, child. You have been aged. Nothing more. Be grateful you were not exposed longer, or you would have surely died. She almost died. I may as well be dead already. I can't bear to go on like this. That's crazy. Did I not tell you before that the magic is fleeting? You need only endure it for a moment. It will be as it was. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. I would have not liked that was a temporarily thing. I would have been really upset with this game. A lot more than you would think. So preoccupied with the urchin that I have been that I completely forgot about Soroban. I hope he has not been overexposed to the magic I as well. If he has been aged to excess, his Aramatama may already be. He's gone too far. He looks larger than normal. What? How come we didn't shrink like a minion? Grah. Yeah, how come we didn't shrink like a minion like all of them? I call hacks. They're all... Well, okay, the white tiger is not that. Well, that answers that. On your guard. I'm afraid he means to kill us all. Oh. No, I didn't panic. I just said oh, because go figure. He bathed in Tamate's Bakos magic for far longer than the urchins, and so I expect he will not return to Nomor so quickly. In fact, I just say he will retain this form long enough to destroy the temple if we do not subdue him. Thanks, Turtle. Thanks, Tataru. Yeah, you should panic. If I was really here. Shazam! Says some hero that says Shazam. Who says Shazam? I know there's a Marvel hero or something that says that. Or DC, actually, now that I think about it. I'm not too sure. One of those two, though. I narrowed it down to either DC or Marvel, that there's some hero that Shazam. Yeah, there you go. The way to narrow it down for everybody. With me, Heavens, Urchin. Hold nothing back. I, the great turtle. So they can shrink themselves whenever they want. Tataru? Do training at the Arcanist school actually has paid off. Let us do this. Now, I mean, if you were a million-year-old turtle and you transformed a million times, wouldn't you, like, yell out something funny as well? Uh-oh. Hold still, turtle breath. Help? Tataru, what are you doing? Tataru, what are you doing? Ooh-ah? Did I get Tataru with that? Great flood. This is insanity. Use the ball of his magic. Sorban? Tataru? I don't know. Oh, great. I just died! The Andy Griffith Show. Check out the guy saying it, lol. The Andy Griffith Show. The Andy Griffith... okay, that's probably there too. I just died because I did not know what to do with Tataru. Alright, great. What happened there? Yes, again, do it all over again, but this time stay away from Tataru. Plus he did 2 orange circles that instantly fired off and hit me. No matter who you are, I would have died by now. Unless Tataru can heal me. Skip, please. I've already seen this. Okay. Gomer? It's Shazam. Gomer says it's Shazam. Okay. You're probably 100% right. But I know there's a Marvel character that says that too. Or DC. Like I said, I'm not too sure which two. But thank you, Super Mario, for that. Because I might have to watch it now and find out. Eddie? Did he summon a move called Eddie? Is that even allowed? Tataru, what are you doing? I'm doing much worse this time than I was last time. He's out of breath. The turtle's upside down. Can I help him? Tataru, no! Tataru, no! Tataru, you're trying to get me killed! Come on, girl! Oh, thank goodness. Oh, okay, I was supposed to run away. Oh, bugger. Tataru, why did that have to be my turn? Because this is unfair. Ah! Eddie! Oh, you get hit by Eddie? Oh, good. It's the cartoon Shazam. He just called Shazam? Oh, I was expecting, you know, Captain something. Oh, boy. What's this whirlwinds do, I wonder? Oh, boy. This is fun. Oh, joy. Oh, no. Come on, what can I can never attack. I better click here. There you go. I'm good now. Oh, I can take these out. Oh, now it makes sense. Everything is making sense now. Oh, I gotta keep moving. It's only 3 of them. I can start attacking now. I got the timing figured out. It just took me a while to get it. There you go, Tataru. That's right. I help out Tataru. Forget my health. Got it. Okay, we got this. It's a pattern to this. And now that I've figured it out, I am already won. Oh, I will never. I'm not planning on loading up on him. Soroban! Why are you so crazy, yo? Okay. I died because I didn't know what to do with Tataru with the wind thingies, and then he fired off, I think, 2 eddies, and they automatically fired off in an instant, or something happened, or I wasn't paying attention. That happens a lot. And I lost the first one. Woo! Wait, I'm injured? Why? I'm a healer. I'm full health. Don't tell me I'm tired from all that running around. What kind of hero of light gets tired by running? What happened? Why do you all look so exhausted? Tataru is not looking happy. She turned into an old lady, that's what happened. Oh, my dear Sorban, I knew you had potential, but it would seem I grossly underestimated your capacity for chaos. In any case, despite this unexpected turn of events, I should like to declare this training session a success. Let us take a moment to collect ourselves. Okay. I'm already collected. I'm instantly collected the moment I win a battle. No, maybe not. I remember fighting Brobon and I wasn't collected at all after that battle. Still a little wired, hyped up. Yeah, so maybe not. Sometimes I can lose my cool, but it takes a lot. Like Brobon challenging me to an open combat, throwing somebody out of his ring and then putting fire all around, so I have to fight him one-on-one. Yeah. Sir Emmerich, by the way, is what you launched up in the air. Yeah, that made me a little nervous. Confounded. Betrayed by my own carbuncle yet again. Oh, that's what you were going on. Your carbuncle likes to run away from you. I'm not quite sure what happened, but I feel so very, very tired. Yeah, good things. Truth be told, this comes as a relief, though Sorben's present strength pales in comparison to that of Byakko himself. We now know for certain that his potential is extraordinary. I struggle to believe I could ever wield such power. All who are strong were once weak, Soroban. I am no exception. Until I met Tenzin, I was no more than a floundering turtle you see before you. You still are. You never did tell us how you fell in with him. Ah, well, if you wish to know the details... Oh boy, cutscene, long time ago, there was a normal turtle. Shunned by other turtles for being too green. Well, I was right with the long ago. When I had lived 100 or so years, I had only just begun to become something more. Did I read that right? When I lived 100 or so years and had only just begun to become something more, I received my first vision, a terrible calamity, one that would claim the lives of countless innocents, was imminent. After 100 years old, you had a vision, as a turtle. Normal turtle, too. But what was a little turtle to do, other than have a race with the rabbit and win? For while I had seen the future with crystal clarity, I was powerless to stop it. I could but look on, helpless, as cities burned and men died. So it was for centuries, until one day, after 500 years, I had grown stronger, more reckless. As you get older, you get more reckless. You're not like us humans, it seems. I believed I could make a difference, so when I foresaw a landslide that would bury a nearby village, I ventured forth to warn the people. They then attempted to cook me. Alas, while they were quick to discern I was no common animal, they could make no sense of my panic flailings, except they were laughing and cheering. To them, I was an odd dancing turtle, a source of considerable amusement, for I know not the words of men, and so my warnings fell on deaf ears. It would be no different. Yet again they would die. The people turned and walked away, bored with the fleeting amusement. With our heart fit to burst with sorrow and despair, I made to quit the village. Just then I heard a voice, kind and gentle. It was him! Little one, you look troubled. Tell me what burdens you so. Though I knew he was addressing me, I doubted he would understand. Still, I told him of my vision, of the landslide I knew would bury the village and everyone in it, and my vain attempts to warn them. Your kindness is only surpassed by your bravery, little one. Fear not. I, Tenzin, man who can throw his back out with laughter and snores loudly, and my comrade Byakko shall act in your stead. As Tenzin drew his sword, a great white tiger emerged from the wilds. Shall we give them a show? He whispered to the beast, which inclined its massive head ever so slightly in response. They did a fake attack. They then ran into the center of the village and began to fight as if they were bitter enemies, intent on killing one another. Blade and fang flashing, too fast for the eye to follow. The two broke apart for an instant, and Tenzin bellowed, "Hearken to me. This white demon thirsts for the blood of man. If you value your lives, flee this place. Seek shelter in the next village." Needless to say, the bewildered village gathered up whatever was at hand and ran screaming, too terrified to even look back. That's kind of cool that somebody can do that. I can't believe there's a cartoon called Shazam, and I thought the dude had a name. But if his name is Shazam, and all he needs to do is yell Shazam, then how could I have forgotten that? I'm trying to remember everything. Super Mario, by the way. Grats on level 2 with Battissimo. You still have your other levels with Makia. As the three of us watched them go, I heard the white demon mutter, "You know full well I have not once tasted man flesh." The village was later destroyed in a landslide, as I had foreseen, but for the first time I had managed to make a difference. Shazam, cartoon 1970s. Oh, I kind of figured it was before my time, but I knew something of somebody called Shazam. And, I thought it was something to do with a superhero. It still is a superhero, right? My brain is thinking it's that. I have so much knowledge up in my brain, I just can't put exactly 100% on what's up there. There's just a lot up there. I've tried to learn almost everything that this world has to offer, and it's a lot of info up there. Thereafter we became traveling companions and close friends. I shared with them my visions, and together we labored to save those that we could. So the tiger was first, then the human, then the turtle. Yet the turtle became the strongest and became the leader of them all. 1970s Shazam TV. There's a cartoon and a TV of Shazam, and I was just like, there's a hero. I might even be still wrong at this point. That's funny. Anyway, there's a lot of Shazams out there that I had no idea about. Well, thanks, Super Mario. You're a good game, and a good person. On the eve of what may perhaps have been the greatest calamity I've ever foreseen, I feel Tenzin's absence keenly. Nevertheless, we must carry on. You can whisper it to me, and then I will post it. Since I've removed all the links and I trust you, you just send it to me, and then I'll send it to chat, just in case. I would need to eventually make people mods, the people who I really trust who would be here all the time. But, it's hard for people to be here all the time, so I'll hold off. You may not have him, but you got Heavens, and you know he's no slouch. Thanks, Tataru. You are my hero. A YouTube thing? How dare you send other people's stuff to me like that? Batman on film. 1998. Are you kidding me? This is a minute long? This looks old. Oh boy. Oh, that's... What? What is this drawings? Somebody has... Alright, I have to send you this link, yes. Look at that old vehicle. It's an RV. Oh, wow. Alright, I do have to send people this. That is insanity. I will watch that later. I got it copied, so I can just paste it and then copy it and then watch it later. I can't watch it now. It's already too amazing. Indeed I do. And for this blessing, we are grateful beyond measure. You're welcome, Turtle Man. Right then, Sorben. We must resume your training at once, ere we forget the lessons of your time as an Auspice. Yes, of course. Getting back to it, in that case, I should return to the mountain of paperwork in Kugane. I've been doing my best to ignore. Really? Oh, and Sorban, I left the takoyaki with Kama Itachi for safekeeping. You're not to get any until you've earned it. Wow, she's a tough taskmaster, that Tataru. Tough Taskmaster Tataru. That's a lot of T's. Anyway, when next we call upon you, apparently, Heavens, I expect it will be to deal with one of my comrades. Shirk not your own training, for it will not be easy. Okay. Bam. Oh, gosh, Shazam there. I went Bam instead, because it's shorter and easier to say. Under these circumstances, I do not think I will have time to return to Tamamizu for even a short spell. If you would be so kind as to inform the Elder. So they want you to go start the quest with the Elder every time, so you wouldn't have to go in here and guess when the thing shows up. Ah, that's what they're doing. So it only makes sense if you had to wait a couple weeks, months, or years for this quest, for the next quest to appear. But, like I said, I'm already there, so the quest is already ready to go. I just gotta talk. Yeah, it's amazing. Either way. Alright. I'm gonna warp. It'd be faster. Hey, that's great. I mean, if people weren't insane, I would have links to be allowed, but there's insane people around this world. So I have to just block it in case of other people get hurt by other people. So I just put a stop to everything, and then I can still make them happen. Did you finish the 3 24-man raids for Stormblood yet? Definitely, that's a very good question. I'll do you have a name for one of them, or and then I can just go and check? Because I've done things, I just don't know what. A pleasure, Heavens. Did you have the chance to visit with Zorban? How fares he with his training? Going on very well. Turned into a whatchamacallit and attacked us. Good times. Extraordinary. He has always been diligent and hardworking, but even so, to think he is blessed with such incredible potential. I cannot help but wonder who else among us might be possessed of similar abilities. Orborn Monastery. Let me take a look after this dude is chatting with me. Yet I understand his trepidation. With great power comes great responsibility, says Peter Parker's uncle. Yeah, we'll go with that. As is often said, we may need to keep a closer eye on him to ensure he does not succumb to fear and attempt to flee his training. Remember when I jumped through a car on Spider-Man? I landed inside the car, and I was being driven around. That was good times on Spider-Man. That's all I remember. I'm joking, but that's definitely the first highlight I remember with Spider-Man. You jumping into a car, and then kind of fusing with the car. It was great. I am thinking raids are here. So, no, these are these. Yeah, not these. They would be here, right? Orborn Monastery. Okay, that's the Realm Reborn. That's Heaven's Ward is here. Heaven's Ward. And then more Heaven's Ward. And then I got Stormblood, the Royal Rabbinaster. And then I got all of these done except these. Except these. These are savages, and nobody queues for savages. But you're talking of these, so I got 1 out of 3. We're doing good. Cause yeah, I got that one done. Hopefully I'll unlock them somehow, some way. If I can, if I did. Who knows? Super Mario, Gratz on level 3. Super Mario 3. What is this? Hum? A firebird down below. So, like a phoenix, but not ours. You can unlock the others too already. Alright then, when I go back to the thing, do you want to direct me to where to go? Somehow I might have missed them? How kind of you to pay us a visit, Heavens. Now I need not summon you. But a moment ago, a certain surly cat returned with another missive addressed to you. See for yourself. It's in Kugane. The Pick airship is there. The Pick airship in there. Okay, we'll just go to Kugane. Brave adventurer who stood fast and quelled the raging Aramitama of my comrade Byaku, the time has come for you to return to Resin Temple. I presume the auspices of Hill's Lid have need of you once more. If so, give my regards to them and dear Soroban. Off to Kugane. How did I miss quests? Unless it's here now. How am I missing things? I'm calling hacks if I missed these. Okay, there's no quests letting me know. So I'm going to go to the airship landing? The big airship. Back to the Prima Vista? Don't tell me I was in the middle of a quest. And before I got done starting another quest, something happened and it kicked me out. And then I got distracted and then I missed something rather important. Because I thought I finished all of everything here. So that's what happened then. Oh, I thought I was done all of this. What was happening? To fend off the abomination when he had vanished. I care not about his vaunted past, but Gammon is a petty thug who deserves every ounce of suffering the Duma brings him. Oh, I thought I was done everything. My brain was like, hey, cool, you know, you helped. All I've done last. So my brain is now going, oh, remember when you went and you searched for him up on the cliff and you found him? And then we're back here? You do miss a lot of these kind of things if I don't mention it. Well, like I said, I've done the quest, and then something must have kicked in, to which it warped me away, or I had to do something, and then my brain is like, cool, I'm done. Because that's what I think happens all the time, and because I didn't pick it up, and because I hit my recommendations and doesn't show any quests in Kugane, which there was, this is a quest that I could pick up in Kugane, it made me thought I was completely done. Yeah, so I don't know, I'll have to watch like 2 or 3 episodes ago, maybe even 4 now, and when I got to this point, something happened. Annihilation. Oh, okay. Can I do this as a Dragoon, or can I do this as... We'll find out. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Begammon is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction. What happened that took me away from here? I don't remember what happened, but I was here before. Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond. Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Heavens was searching for the lizard, I inspected the area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of... of Gog. Of Gaug. I wonder what I called it. I'm gonna go with Gog. But, or Goog. Goog's a good name for it. Another place that you fight in Pharmacy Tactics. This is really making me want to play the next Pharmacy Tactics game, by the way. Hint, hint, Heavenlies. There's like the PlayStation 4 version of Pharmacy 7 I can play, the one that's not out yet, and the PlayStation 4 Pharmacy 8. And then I got the Tactics. It's still the first Tactics, but the Lions War, it's done over on the PSP. And then there's like Crisis Core, which is before all the Final Fantasy 7s. I got all of these games I could be playing. You did a wine delivery quest downstairs, airship, and forgot the upstairs quest afterwards? I was quite certain I was up in this room, talking to people, and something happened. If anything that I could think of is that it was the end of the episode, and I'm like, I'll just do this in the next episode, and I left, and I did the next episode and forgot? Or there was another dungeon that kicked in that when I finished it, it took me over there, and then I talked to people, and then I forgot about this place. Because I would have continued to do this until it was finished. Unless something like the 2 things that I said that I did happened. That's the only... I got 2 clues now, and I don't know what happened. Anyway, there you go. Now I'm daydreaming of other Final Fantasy games. And what? What works City of who? Clockwork City of Goog. According to the Zodiac Brave story, a Clockwork City of Goog was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automatia, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the Darai papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built, was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up, rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Goog's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. But while that, I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. Undermine a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first. One that could have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed over, the waters would have continued to wear away the rock, slowly widening the gap until... So you know Stormblood has a lot of other DD games, FF game references. The Omega raids referring to Final Fantasy 5 and 6, yep. Then the raid referring to 12 and Tactics, yep. What do you think Eureka refers to? The crazy dude who ran out in the streets in his pajamas yelling Eureka? That's what I think it refers to. Because I haven't seen anything other than an island where the monsters are stronger, and that was it. I didn't see anything else that was going on. Apparently I'm going to some castle or dungeon or something, but I haven't quite seen it yet to get any reference other than Eureka. Island. Strong monsters with weird magics. So it could refer to anything just now. There's plenty more DD games out there. Well, I'll tell you later. Very soon, maybe when I get over there. I'll never get over there until I finish all of this now. Well, until we have what lies beneath us today, this would explain why there is no mention of Readerana prior to the present era. Come, Father, you will not tell them the rest? Will you not tell them the rest? Of the possibility that we Garleans are descended and part of the displaced citizens of Goog? Garleans are Googs. Got it. I would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery of application of elegant technology. Well, no wonder the Imperials are so strong and stuff. They come from fancy technology places. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but in return to your original claim, if it is your belief that Vidarana Lighthouse stands atop what is left of Goog, we're all Googites. Well, they are, not me. A Orzi Inn. That necklace. Where did you get it, girl? Her name is Alma, by the way. It was my mother's. Your mother's?
It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask? Because there's probably another one of the stones. Surprise. Bagaman had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. Bagaman's his late wife? And? What are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it, or my late mother? Neither. I spoke of their similarity, that's all. Yeah, calm down, Ramza. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? I really don't like this Ramza. I want the nice Ramza from Tactics. Enough, Ramza. I guess are merely concerned with the well-being of their kin. And similarity of things. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's for this matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now, we have a lost city to explore. I cannot believe this happened to me. I just cannot believe this happened to me. Why is this happening? How is this even allowed? Clear. I'm calling hacks because, like, nothing's making sense anymore. The entrance? Oh. Cool. What do I have to do right now? Speak with Genbu. Or I can step over to a place right now. Since I already got 1 tank, 1 healer, and 4 DPSs of the 15. I'll step over to Eureka and try not to get killed instantly. And then I'll see what Difflis is queuing, hinting for me. How much skill saving you have? How much skill saving have I? Well, that was a good question. How about we go and take a look? Is there any retainers in this city? Because I've never once clicked on a retainer in this city. Yet. Yes, there is. Okay. I've never clicked on a retainer yet. Wow, that's amazing. Wait, he has more quests for me. Why is it not here? This game is broken. So, I have 4, 5. Is there a 3 there? Oh, there isn't. I almost have 6 million. I don't have anything there. Oh, interesting. There you go. I'm off by that much. I now have 5 million and almost 6 million saved up. Is that good? Is that bad? Would you want to buy 1 item for Eureka which makes you more powerful in there? Would I want to? Absolutely yes. I want to like be able to go through things and not die. Absolutely yes. I'll talk to this dude and you can tell me said item and I'll go pick it up after this. Something heroic this way comes. Think you said this before. About Byakko. Ah, okay. This just kicked in then. Byakko, you say?
as in Byaku of the Four Lords. He and his comrades feature prominently in the Tale of Tenzin, one of the three great plays that are performed regularly in the Muji, whatever. It so happens I know the story quite well. As a student of the fine arts, it was my duty to study it closely. I expect that you are about to tell me will be most enlightening indeed. Well, it's a nice white tiger. Hidden beneath Hell's Lid, a volcano, a sanctuary for some, a prison for one. You spoke with the auspices of Risen Temple, and the leader was none other than Genbu of the Four Lords, a veritable character from the play come to life. Not that I would question the veracity of your account, of course. I merely comment on the incredible life you lead. And so it fell to you to quell the raging Aramitama of the legendary Aspice in battle. Indeed, and then Tatsu returned to an old lady. My word, to think you faced the legendary White Tiger in battle. Oh, I'll just keep telling people stories until somebody catches on that I'm saying this. The Western Guardian. The bosom? Probably bosom. Friend of the hero Tenzin. Yes, I feel a Tonka coming on, whatever Tonka is. Ah, forgive me, a form of classical Hingan poetry. Ah, of course. I was but recently taught by the actors here. It goes without saying, I have yet to master it, so I will thank you for not laughing at my fumbling attempt. Dude, I didn't even know what you were talking about. So... Oh, look at you. Feared and forsaken, seeking death and solitude, saved by fellowship, Snow White harbinger of doom, become beloved legend. Your thing is getting worse. And that wasn't like a haiku or anything. You know, in the Tale of Tenzin, Byaku was likened to a god of war with near limitless power of destruction. Aren't we all? Not to say that the Byaku you faced was a weakling, but the picture you paint is of a rather less intimidating Auspice, don't you think? So you want to make it much stronger and more crazier. So the sort some might even be willing to cuddle. Well, he is cuddly. You kidding me? You could go up and cuddle that thing, or at least reach out and rub the belly. You could also do that. But perhaps he has grown much more reserved in his old age. Perhaps in his troubled youth, he more closely resembled his portrayal in the legends. Maybe. Come to think of it, you're not altogether different, you and him. Blessed. Or cursed. Blessed. Hashtag blessed. With exceptional powers, defined by them in the eyes of many, brave souls that rose to the occasion. Cool. Thanks, dude. So, check your market board for something called Kirin for tank or your Dragoon. I'll use it for my tank. Or Verminion for your healer. Might be easiest with a healer. Then compare those chest prices for Damascene Cloth and Cryptic Seal. So check the market board first. I would rather do it with my tank and be done. Level up my tank. And get that done in a hurry. Or anything, really. But it would be easier with a healer. Note, you won't level in Eureka besides the Eureka's own levels in there. Oh, well then, thank you. That note is perfect. Let's go for let's go for something that won't level me up. Verminion or Vermilion? Okay, well I know what a vermilion is. There it is right there, it's vermilion. But it's not that. Verminion. Yeah. Is it a vermilion? Because I'll type in vermilion. I got typos, okay? You're not allowed to have typos. Come on, dude. I have so many people show up to my channel with typos. Alright, fine. A vermilion cloak of healing. Why does this make me stronger? Eureka effect. Oh. What? That's hacks. I'll buy it. How much is it? Are you insane? It's 50 million. 50 million. That one has nothing? This one's 50 million. With critical hit. Alright, I'm not spelling a bad word. Wait until after this letter. There you go. Almost a million for one. How about we just don't and say that we did? Because that's overpriced too for a piece of cloth. You need 3 of these for one robe. You need 3 of them. That's out of control. Well, that was a good attempt. But we'll just go normally then? Because that's insane. There's a... What is this quest? Ah, now you show up. Because you're a hacked, broken game. That's why. That is like a wooden horse in real life, everybody. That's what a wooden horse looks like. A wooden toy horse. In my opinion, it's worth investing. I don't think 3 million gil is worth anything. It'll make me that much stronger, would it? Because that's absolutely insanity. Do you have any things that I could open? I have nothing. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, a replica vendor. You can't buy that anywhere or get them to drop normally? Oh, I'm going to the... I can't quit that then. I would have just snuck over. You get these from the end of Eureka from the dungeon as drops. Oh, that's odd. Why do you have to wait so long to get them? Because they're really strong, I guess. And I can't go to Eureka because I'm doing a dungeon. Well, that just changes everything, doesn't it? This game is fired. I can't do anything until everything works itself out perfectly. Apparently. Let's go talk to Genbu. Wait, I would be way better served if I warped. If I ran out here. I'm going up above. Ah, that's crazy. Why is... I'll never understand video game money. I'll understand if you can do something in a video game and, like, if you have to work for it, you can buy like an armor or something. And it's kind of odd too to think of it, but at least you're working towards something, and you get stuff to make you move on in the game. But with this game here alone, I have to pay to go somewheres. As in, like, to warp up here. And I don't understand why I have to pay 100 gil to go there. Why? There's no reason. Not one. $3 million isn't a lot? Well, you must have a disciple of the hand or land. To which I do not, because I have no way to make 3 million gil in 2 seconds. To me, that's a lot. That's I've been given $2 million, and I'm only at where I'm at. So I've only gained like 3,800,000, and I've been given 2 million so far. So I would like to think that it is a lot, considering I've done everything I can to get there. We need 2 healers and a bunch of DPSs. Okay. Well met, heavens. Wait, well met. But wait. Where's the little urchin girl of whom I have grown so fond? It would be remiss of us to proceed without her, would it not? Why not summon her with that trinket of yours, your link pearl? Sure. Hey, Tataru, how are you? Hello, heavens, is that you? I would prank call her right now. Right now? Very well, if you insist. The turtle has grown, got a shine for you. Anyway, what wondrous things these link pearls. Now then, you're like an old person. Like older, like hundreds of years ago. And then we show up with like a cell phone. We're like, wow, that's really handy. Having a cell phone. Yeah. What wondrous things these link pearls. Now then, let us wait until your friend arrives. One day, 3 million gil wouldn't be that much money. Heavens, Genbu. Ah, good of you to join us, little urchin girl. He laughs. Is he laughing? You know, there is such a thing as running a joke into the ground. Oh, she doesn't like it. Just doing all roulettes with bonus and challenge log each week is about 1 million gil each week. The roulettes with a bonus and a challenge log. I gotta see this challenge log, because I am not catching on this. I want to make 1 million gil each week. I would like to do that. That sounds great. But a roulette thing that I have to fulfill, you need to be a tank or a healer to do that. So that's already out of the question. And you need time. But can you do it without spending any time? It pleases me to inform you that, thanks to your assistance with his training, Zorban's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Ere long, we may count him among our most formidable warriors. Wow. Out of curiosity, where is Soroban anyway? Flying in the air. Engrossed in a very special exercise, I'm afraid. Trust me when I say he would not want you to see him in his current state. Working up a sweat, no doubt. Glad to hear it. He's probably transformed into some crazy turtle monster. But I called you here not to discuss our Kojin friend. The wards have grown weaker. Presagan? Koryu's inevitable escape. Then sending retainers out constantly when you play is longer process, but end will make you 50k to 3 million gil per week. Sending out my retainers. Is there like a specific retainer class that they should be, or can they just do it all? Because I have like a level 3 botanist. Is that good, or should I have like something else? The wards have grown weaker. Forsaken. I'm trying to find another word for that. You know what? Whatever. It doesn't look any different unless one of the rope fell off, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, it's soon gonna happen. If one of the ropes fell off now, it's good of you to plan. It's good of you if you plan to level your botanist. I do plan to level up my botanist and my miner and my fishing. I wouldn't mind playing those 3 classes. I love Disciples of the Land. Those are my favorite things to do. It's just, there is absolutely no free time. If I do, I try to run dungeons to get elegant tombstones to buy stuff. To have it's good to have idea to have hunter of any combat job you play. I didn't know there was a hunter class. I thought there was only disciple. I clearly haven't looked at that for a long time. I could do a hunter class too. Before he breaks free, the 4 lords must marshal their strength. And so, heavens, I must entreat you to quell the raging aromatoma of a dear comrade once more. A fight, is it? That's where the Warrior of Light shines. Who is his opponent this time? See for yourself. She should be joining us shortly. A cat! Oh, the Fire Phoenix bird. Right, whoops. As the quest showed. I'll just go with Phoenix, because that's what they all are, but you are so pretty. It has been too long, elder brother. This reminds me of the golden ones that you fight in Digital Double Saga. I keep referencing back to that game. Several hundred years by my reckoning. I am to assume you have kept your silent vigil all this time, Suzaku? Let us not speak of such things. You bade me come hither for another purpose. That I did. Kalyu's wards grow weaker by the day, and the calamity he would visit upon us draws nigh. The 4 lords must join their strength together once more. And to that end, this warrior would unburden my tortured soul? Absolutely. Just so. His is a power far surpassing that of mortal men. He is heir to the legacy of Tenzin. Brother, how dare you compare this creature to that shining paragon of virtue? With his kindness, you sully his memory. Ah, you don't know who I am. I was calling you pretty and cool looking and stuff. I take it all back. And you dare think yourself his equal? His better? Yeah, better. Then I put you to the proof. And when you fall, it will be a fate most deserved. Turn back if you would not have it be so, or join me in misery. Alright, I'll join you. Not in misery, though. Alright, cool. Good talk. Nice pep talk. We'll chat later. Compared to Byako, she seems much more angry. Angry is a good word for her. She's got the thing on her. The Aramitatsu, I was gonna say. I was close. The Aramitama feeds upon her grief and fuels her rage. She yet mourns a love lost. But it is not my place to speak. Go to her, brave warrior, and learn the truth of her heart. Ah, well, she is suffering from heartache? And she just looks at my sweet armor and was like, wow, that's a handsome dude. And then she remembers that she had lost a loved one, and then that's why she's angry at me. I don't blame her then. I am one handsome dude now. You crave battle then? Even if it brings you your death? It won't. But I will battle you. Out of duty, you pit yourself against enemies ever stronger, without hesitation, without fear. You muster your courage and... My goodness, you look good in that armor. I know, thank you. I do look good in this armor. No, you are not even a pale shadow of his glory. There was but one man fit to wear the mantle of hero, and he has long since passed from this world. What? My armor disagrees. If so, then the Ruby Sea will be consumed by Koryu's fiery judgment, and we, her sworn protectors, will have failed in our duty. Is Tenzin's memory so sacred that you would doom this land out of spite? No, not at all. Bokyu, Barako. Byako! I was right on my second guess! Whoa! Oh, Byaku, do you not see? Before I call you brother, I was but a bird who loved a man. Perhaps that was all I ever was meant to be, for I can brook no replacement for at my side, or in my heart, not so easily as you. Have you forgotten his final moments? How he fought and died to defeat Koryu? How he sacrificed himself before our very eyes? How dare you ask me that? Every detail is forever seared into my mind's eye, a blackened scar upon my soul. How could I possibly forget? Nor should you. Nor will I forget every day we spent together on the road. But to exalt the past over the present, to live life in mourning and never move on, is to dishonor his memory. Ooh. Ooh, snap, you're right. How dare you speak of me of dishonor? You who have opened our home to this pretender. Ooh, she thinks I'm a faker, a pretender. Well, I see him plainly. How he has wormed his way into your hearts, mimicking Tenzin's manner, cloaking himself in his scent. In scent? You smelling me now? Seeking to supplement Tenzin in our minds. I smell like Tenzin. Listen to yourself, my sister. This Aramitama has driven you to see Oni in shadows. Let it be quilled before your soul is forever lost. Yeah, exactly. Only the Tenzin will I entrust my soul. Only his love will I accept. Let me help you. You have nothing to fear from me. I don't think she's afraid, so just let me help you. I wish to help you. He said, oh, Tenzin, very well, but I will brook no delay. I will await you in the depths, in my place of mourning, and when it is ended, I shall mourn you too. Oh, so she's probably a sweetheart. She just has the Aramitama thing, making her a little angry all the time and upset. Forgive her, heavens. She is yet consumed by her failure to save Tenzin all those years ago. Her regret is a festering wound. The love she bore him gave her strength once. Alas, though it is the Aramitama has found place in her soul, it feeds on her grief and despair. I know. That's why I'm not holding her against anything. 'Tis plain that your presence troubles her as well. She senses your blessing, and it reminds her of him. There were moments when she looked on you with a fire in her eyes. There were moments when she was looking at me with fire in her eyes? Wow. You see a lot more than I see. When she gives herself to the Aramitama, she may surrender to her delusions as well. If so, do not be alarmed what she says. Stand fast and free her from her torment. So she might be calling me mean names? She might say my armor doesn't look good? I might not be able to do this quest. I'm joking. Be warned, she commands many powers, including the ability to manipulate geomatic currents. Earth? Only by remaining observant will you survive. Oh, I suck at looking around the screen. That's my weakness. And cutscenes. These are my weaknesses. I have I have a lot of weaknesses in video games. Hell's Kier. I guess. The entrance is over here? Okay. Q. Bird Boss was fun. It's not anymore. Because I'm going to say it is fun. I'm looking forward to it. And her name is not Bird Boss. That's an insult. Her name is Suzaku. Or Suza. Or Susan. Whatever you want to call her. If she was an enemy, she'd be called Susan. So Suzaku is her name. So, now we just wait and do nothing again for hours. I'm joking. We're leaving and if I can find my way out. Fury. I see you now. Maybe its first name is Nick. If I call him Nick, would you get the joke? Yeah. Thanks, Nick. Okay, so I'm going for Annihilation and the Firebird down below, and I gotta talk to Hien for the Doman Enclave. Okay, then if I do a main story, I'm going to get 46,000 experience. You got time to do your retainers. Oh, thank you. There's something I can do. Thank you. My brain wasn't thinking to go there. Appreciate that. Zoom in on that sweet armor. See how quickly I forget things? Because it's stuff I don't do. Demi crystals. Retainers daily. I got like a long list of things that I should be doing. I'll just keep writing them down and I'll look at it and then I'll get smarter. Seven to 1-8? Oh, I messed up. Well, that was close. If I gave her that, I would have no gear, right? I will, because I'm just looking at the gear right now. I would have to buy gear for them, and if I gave them my gear, I'll lose it, right? It took it unequipped me before. Assign retainer class. The first send this retainer onto adventure with no gear. Just a. Oh, I can. Oh, I just picked one of these. There is things. So what class should I also do? I wouldn't mind Dragoon, or I wouldn't mind Healer. I wouldn't mind anything, really. But, reset the Retainer class. Pick Dragoon. Okay, good enough. But, should I buy some level 1 gear and put it on them? Max level is 15, huh? Because, yeah, I should, right? I just have no space for any gear right now. Where would I have to go always back to, like, Ul'dah? Unless the venture... Oh, okay, cool. I did not know that either. Assign an adventure. Botany or woodland exploration? Well, level 1 to 5. Ah. Cool. Level 1 to 5. Interesting. I don't need anything, really. But, if I had maple logs, I can create more things with my maple logs. So, I'll need those eventually. We'll just go with that. Sound like a sweet plan. Exploration ventures. I'll leave that be for now. You will only send it for getting XP if your retainer to level it up. Okay. But yeah, that sounds good. 39 in the bag. Perfect. I'll do it. I'll rob the... I mean... Or, what you said. You will not be robbing anything, lady. Okay. Assign retainer. Lancer. As a disciple of war magic, your retainer will be able to undertake hunting and field exploration ventures. Yes. I need to buy a level... Can I give it any Lancer? Or does it... It's a level 70 that not high enough level. Okay, I'll be back. I don't have any level 1 spears. I don't think. Yeah, I would not have kept. Hive, Expanse, Fiend, Horde. What are all of these things that I have? If I was smart. One day I would get rid of all of this stuff out of my inventory. But not today. I forgot to summon Brobon. That's bad. This gotta go off my screen. 1 or 2 main venture types. Exploration. Send your retainer to scour the terrain of your chosen, hopefully, precious items. There is no telling what he or she will find. Level 15 exploration. Okay. Indeed, there are certain rare items which can only be attained through ventures, so make it a point to dispatch your retainer as often as your resources allow. Cool. How about we whisk over to... Can I buy spears at Limsa? No, right? I can't. I can buy a spear at Limsa. Oh, okay. I thought you could only buy spears, lancers, stuff at Britannia. And axes and books and stuff from Limsa, and Ul'dah has the staffs and the gladiator sword and shields. Well, this is exciting. I've sent my retainer on a thing once. I went, that's cool, and then I and then I never did it again. That was like episode whatever. A long time ago episode. There's just people standing around here doing nothing. Independent jeweler. Battlecraft. Like episode 10. Yes. Like episode 10. So yeah, Battlecraft. Ooh, I jumped backwards. How did I pull that off? Cool. Anyway. I can buy it. Okay, level 1. And then level 5. You can buy everything. Cool. Ha! Cool. Assigned venture. Hunting. Animal skin. Go. Cool. Done. Thank you. Was it level 10 when I hit level 17 and got my retainers? Level 8. I was level 19, I think, when I got my retainers. I would think it might even been higher than level episode 10. Because level, like, episode... Was episode 1 still episode 1? Or was episode 1 me looking at my level 50 character and saying how awesome he was and laughing at my hair? And then episode 2 is when I started this game. I'm thinking that might have actually happened. But yeah, look at all the people doing nothing. Just sitting there or just doing nothing. Like, aren't they gonna be able to play this game? Like, yeah. Was me going, look how sweet my character is. Look at that sweet rare armor of elegant armor I got. I got that from the dungeons, and then I looked at it and went, it's garbagely weak. I've already bought in better gear. Remember that moment. Either way, okay, the things still haven't kicked in, so if I dare switch over to a tank and do a main quest, and it kicks into a whatchamacallit, I'm going to miss out on the dungeon. Oh, whoa, never mind, I got a better plan. There you go. I just realized what time it is. Yeah, no, it's crazy. We'll not do any said things. We will go back to Kagane. And in the next episode, we will. Gladly. I started this live stream early tonight. That's what's going on. Yeah. Alright, that was close, everybody. I almost did another dungeon. Ran through late. And that would have thrown off my everything. But yeah, there you go. And forget what to do tomorrow. No, I won't. I got my retainers and demi crystals and the chocobo color thing I've already looked up. I've already told Blizzard about that, so I could remove that. Fix up Battissimo, add things to D-Live, my Fate's Relic weapons, that's all written there, start dungeons at the start of the stream, start daily Beast Tribe quests, I need 5 Superior E, Ink, and Thavnarian Mist, trade it in for Umbrite for my other relic weapon, Cutscene Loader Man, my true nemesis, I wrote that down? Are you kidding me? Anyway, pretend you didn't hear that. That's right, that's another line from this game. I got 2 of them. And the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boilmaster. And the Crazy Red Chocobos. I wrote down 4 things about this game that I'll probably never ever forget. And then a bunch of commands that I don't remember. Yeah, it's great. Anyway, I have it all written down. Oh, also, if you got to go for a long time, you can send retainers for 18-hour ventures instead of 1 hour. What? What? Well, can I make it for like 12 hours? Instead of 1 or 18 hours? Because yeah, that's a bit tricky. Well, if I did it at the beginning of each episode, it'll be ready for the next live stream. Well, I might do that next time then. I may do that. I'll still be on. No, I don't have to do a dungeon tonight. My whole point was not to be on after this. I was gonna sign out and get everything done tonight. I'll still will. I'll just leave it on, run over by a retainer, and then queue it for 18 hours, and it's gonna be close. Yeah. It's gonna kick in like in the next episode that they're back. It's fine. Either way, we'll see. We'll see what goes on here. I need to like start doing the main story, but I don't want to be running dungeons and then cutting through cutscenes. I do not enjoy doing that. I wish there was like your thing is really close to queuing. Maybe you shouldn't hop into a whatchamacallit right now. Or something. Because, yeah, it just queues in the middle of cutscenes. I have to either A, skip them, or B, miss them. And if I miss them, then it's a half an hour I have to wait. And that's totally not worth it. But I want to get them also done. There's no way to... My timing is just so unlucky. It's absolutely unbelievable. Unconceivable. But yeah, either way, this was a nice, quick little episode, and it was nice to say thank you to the people who showed up. And even to the people who haven't showed up via live stream, you're also on my thank you list. Because it's those other people too, on other sites and whatnot. And that's including like Facebook and Twitter and all these other things that are happening behind the scenes or at a different place and time. Yeah, just thank you to all of you who, to me, kept this channel going. Because, like, seriously, I can play games. I have no problem playing games. But if I had 0 people here for 4 years straight, I would have given up by now. So, it's with you all showing up, stopping by, that's kept me going. Yeah, that's really what it boils down to. So, just thanks for all of that. And, trying to get like a nice zoom close-up, but I don't think I can. Can I do this and then still do this? I can! Well, thanks, Heavenlies, for showing up and watching. And seriously, if you like what I'm doing, please hit those buttons. You know what they do by now. And I will see you all in the next episode. Take care!